a very big welcome to you all to Local SEO for Good. I'm Claire Carlile, I'm Bright Local's local search expert, and I will be your host. We have got an amazing 2 days upon us, and I'm very excited to learn from all of our speakers and panelists. But I must tell you something, I have had awful internet issues at this end today, and I'm very fortunate, we are very fortunate that we have the lovely Miles in the background, in the wings, waiting to take over just in case anything happens with my internet. So thank you everyone for being patient, and I am so lucky that there is such a great team looking after us today. So we've got an amazing 2 days. But we need to have a reminder about why we're all here today. We're raising money for incredible charities and not-for-profit organisations as nominated by our speakers. So thank you so much for your generous donations that you've made by buying tickets. And some of the charities include the Trevor Project, the Hunger Project, Direct Relief, Rainbow Railroad, Mums Demand Action, plus many, many more. So for the next 2 days, you can find the full agenda on the registration page. So make sure that you download that to follow the day's schedule, and you can find the link to that in the live chat. And we're also going to be hosting a quiz that's taking place tomorrow. So remember to join that, as well as a fun video series from Bright Locals, Harry and Becky, to keep you entertained through the 2 days. We need to say a huge thank you to Wix Studio for being our partners here in raising this money. They have been awesome. So we'll hear a little bit more about those later. Okay, so tomorrow we've got the quiz, we've got the videos, but before we crack on with today, we just need to go through a few housekeeping bits and bobs. So both days of the virtual conference are going to be recorded. You can use the same YouTube link to watch the recordings whenever you want to. Can you please use the live chats throughout the conference, because it's a great place to share your ideas, to contribute to the conversation, and to meet one another. So every single presentation is going to have a short Q&A at the end. So use the live chat to ask your questions, and we'll pick the most useful ones. So keep them nice and succinct and relevant to the topic, because we really look forward to your questions. And again, thank you to Wix Studio, whose sponsorship is helping us to reach our donation goal. If you love what you see today, and I am sure that you will, remember that you can donate using our GoFundMe page. And donations are going to be added to the fund and split between those 23 incredible charities. And Bright Local is going to be matching donations, dollar for dollar, up to $50,000. You can find the QR code to donate on the screen at various points throughout the day, or you can find the link in the live chat. So just before we start, let's find out a little bit more about you and who we've got joining us today. How are you feeling today? How are you feeling today? If you can pop your answers in for the poll, we'll just get warmed up before we are ready for our first speaker. Have we got anybody there? Everyone is feeling so happy they're not populating the poll. Have we got anything? How are you feeling? Oh. Brilliant. Okay. Happy. Oh, all the little not sure faces. Turn that semi-frown upside down. No, because this is going to be a fantastic day. All right. Okay, next question for you. Where are you joining us from today? Where are you joining us from? I bet we've got people all over the place. Yes, Tennessee, California, Sweden, New York, Charlotte. Excited. I am joining you from Excited also. Kansas City, Colorado. Lots of people in the States. I'm joining you from Wales, hence the internet connection problems. Whoa, all over the place. Wow, Mexico. Brilliant. Great. Sweden. Hello, Sweden. This is a bit like doing Eurovision Song Contest. Excellent. We've got people joining us from all over. And the last thing that I will ask you is, are you still wearing your pajamas, or are you fully dressed and ready for the day? Are you still wearing your PJs? Are you in your comfy clothes? Business on top, PJs on the bottom? No, that's not a thing, surely. Okay, cool. Whatever you are wearing, just get comfy, get yourself a little something to drink, a little something to eat, because it is going to be a fantastic day. And I think we are pretty much, I literally took them off a minute ago, ready for our first speaker. So I would like to introduce to you Harmony Huskinson from Victorious. She is a senior SEO specialist at Victorious. She's a writer at Search Engine Land, and she's won awards, the Best Local Campaign Award, and she is one of Bright Local's Rising Stars of Local SEO 2023. So let's bring her on screen now.
Hi, everybody. Nice to meet you. Well, I guess I'm not meeting you. I'm meeting Claire, but I'm not really meeting you all. Shake hands virtually.
I think it's like a real life meetup, really. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes.
Do you know what?
What?
I am super looking forward to your talk, hearing all about EEAT strategy for local SEO. So I'm going to be taking lots of notes. I'll probably have some questions, but can I just remind everyone to pop their questions in the chat so we can really get deep into Harmony's brain afterwards. What a great place to be. Here she goes. We'll hand the screen over to you for your presentation, Harmony. Thank you.
Awesome, Claire. Thank you. Internet issues. I hope everything there resolves. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Local SEO for Good. As Claire said, my name is Harmony Huskinson. I am a local SEO strategist I am a local SEO specialist with Victorious, a digital marketing agency, and we have a great 2 days of programming for you all to enjoy. There's some really great other speakers who are going to be sharing some really wonderful insights. The charity that I've selected for my talk is the Trevor Project. This is a really wonderful organization benefiting individuals who are LGBTQ experiencing mental health issues. Definitely look them up. Again, they're a really wonderful cause doing great things for people. And we have other great organizations, as Claire mentioned, throughout the next 2 days of our programming. So we'll go ahead and jump into my talk. My talk is developing your double EAT strategy for local SEO, or we could call it EEAT. I like to say double EAT, dealer's choice there, but this is an Among Us mystery. So let's dive in. What is Among Us? Among Us is an online video game that some of you may be familiar with from our shelter at home days when we didn't have a lot to do and we were kind of looking for something to engage with online. This is a game that you could play online with your friends. It's still around today, very popular. And in the game, essentially what you are is a crew member on a spaceship working with your friends to work through a variety of tasks. So you're assigned this list of tasks at the beginning of the game. You and your friends are kind of working through them around the spaceship. And then you might be working on a task, and in the middle of that, out of nowhere, boom, you get murdered. You're dead. That's the game. Sorry, it's not great, but that's kind of the point of the game, because several of your crew members were actually given the role of imposter at the beginning of the game, and you weren't aware of this, right? So you knew that maybe a couple of your crew members were these imposters, but you weren't sure who it was. And that's the game. It's a whodunit. It's a game where you're essentially figuring out which members of your crew are the imposters who are taking out the other crew members. And the crew members will win if they can get through all of their tasks and identify and kick out who the imposters are, whereas the imposters will win if they can take out all of the crew members. And in SEO, we can have a similar scenario happen where we'll be working through a variety of SEO tasks on a website, right? So we have a variety of things that we need to complete in SEO, but then again, out of nowhere, what might happen is our organic traffic might plummet. We might get impacted by an algorithm update, or something might just change with the algorithms, not even an update, and you just see this severe traffic loss. And double EAT is often one of the key factors to consider when we're experiencing a major change in our organic traffic. Double EAT isn't a murder. It's not exactly a murder, but it feels like that at times because our organic traffic can be so heavily impacted by it. Double EAT comes from a document produced by Google called the Search Quality Rater Guidelines. And what the Search Quality Rater Guidelines are is it's this long 200-page document that's publicly available online. Any of you can get access to this document and read through it, but it is very long, so you'd have to set aside some time to do that. And the purpose of this document is for training Google's search raters to overall assess the quality of a website. So these search raters will use double EAT as the core factors outlined in this document from Google to assess a website's overall quality. But I have one other note I need to make for you all around double EAT. The point of double EAT is that it is a rubric designed for raters to understand the quality of a website. It is not a ranking factor. It's not something like title tags or page speed where you can kind of like turn a dial, do a specific thing, and then get the rankings. This is a little bit more removed because the purpose of double EAT is it's a metric that these raters then use to rate a website. And then those ratings collectively all feed into Google's algorithm. So we're in this really kind of indirect or abstract space here with double EAT, where we know that it's Google's general interpretation of like what quality means with a website. But what it isn't is, one, it's not a murder, and two, it's not a ranking factor. But what does double EAT mean? Double EAT stands for experience, expertise, authority, and trust. So these are the core factors laid out in Google's Search Quality Rater Guidelines. And double EAT can be fairly unique to local SEO. We have specific environments in local SEO that are unique to these types of websites. We have obviously the local pack and Google Business Profile. So there are things with double EAT that we can look at specifically in local SEO to benefit our campaigns overall. So without further ado, let's get into each of the letters of double EAT and gain a better understanding of how these tactics within double EAT can benefit our SEO strategy as a whole in the local space. So the first letter is experience. And what I'm going to do with each of the letters in double EAT is pull out a quote directly from Google describing its search quality rater guidelines or directly from its search quality rater guidelines. This one is from a blog post when Google added experience as the newest letter to double EAT, kind of describing what its purpose is. And the quote reads, "There are some situations where really what you value most is content produced by someone who has firsthand life experience on the topic at hand. It's very important that we look at these quotes directly from Google when considering double EAT because it is such an abstract concept. We want to stick to the primary source material from Google as much as possible when evaluating these tactics because it can become incredibly removed and kind of extrapolated into all of this theory without any basis in reality. And since we're not talking about a ranking factor in the first place, as much of my tactics described here are rooted in these quotes that I pulled from Google and these search quality rater guidelines. So the things that stand out in this quote are firsthand and life experience. So experience is really about your tangible experience as a user. What Google is trying to get at with experience and what makes it so central to your local SEO strategy is that it is about how you interface as a person with a business. And what is more of an interfacing reality than local SEO, right? In local SEO, these local businesses are very often interfacing directly with people in their homes, in their cars. These are tangible experiences. Reviews are the starting point of that experience. Reviews directly reflect the experience of the user, and we all know that we can trust and rely on reviews as the starting point for looking at what other people's experiences were like so we can get a better understanding of our experience. They're also a known ranking factor on Google Business Profile. But I'm going to save more information about reviews for the end of this talk because there's another aspect of double EAT where reviews heavily factor. So moving forward, we have another scenario to consider here with experience. And these are 2 Google Business Profile posts. And on the left here, we have a post that has a stock photo of an air conditioner. And on the right, we have an HVAC technician who came into your home and was looking at this person's equipment for the nature of the post. And if you're a user, which of these Google profile posts from an HVAC company would you prefer? It's probably going to be the one with the real person, right? Most users are pretty savvy at this point and understand what a stock photo is. They're kind of going to see it and know exactly what it is. So if I'm a user thinking about choosing an HVAC provider, I'm probably going to prefer the one that has the real person in it because it's going to give me a better understanding of what my experience will be like when that person comes into my home. There was actually a really great study about this that came out of Sterling Sky from Joy Hawkins, where she looked at Google Business Profile posts, and she found that posts without stock photos got 5.6 times more clicks than posts with stock photos. So we also have some evidence that shows you receive more user interaction when your Google Business Profile posts include a real person or a real aspect of your business. Another thing to consider with experience is on your website, on the About page, you will see some local businesses have a list of their employees. And if I am looking for my HVAC provider, my booking email might say, hey, your HVAC technician is Isaiah. We look forward to seeing you on X date. And I'm going to want to know more about Isaiah. I might go on the website and want to research him, right? Or I might be looking for an HVAC provider and I might see that this company has a list of their employees and I might feel more comfortable working with that HVAC company. And then I can click through to Isaiah's picture and learn more about him in a specific bio on that website. This again indicates the experience of the user because the user is gaining an understanding ahead of time about who those employees are and who will be coming into their home. Users want to know about you. They want to know about your employees. We see this more often as a strategy and a tactic in the marketing space, even in different resources. So here we can see a search result that has a number of resources about writing a bio as a hairstylist. So more and more marketing companies are looking at this as a tactic to ensure that users are more comfortable and are receiving more information about your employees on your website. Local businesses, as I said before, they are tangible. Local businesses exist in a space that we interface with as people. And I think in the marketing world and the SEO world, we can forget about this. We can get removed from it because we're at our computers. We're on the internet. Claire was having internet issues earlier. That's tangible, but it's also not, right? It's an abstract space. Whereas in local business, they're coming into your home. They're working with your car. They're working with a part of your body. And that's why experience is so essential when building the overall quality of your website. Another example that we want to look at with experience is before and after photos on a website. Again, these reflect your experience as the user because it shows you a real life example of the work that you might receive to your home and that others have received. We can see a similar scenario actually again on Google Business Profile with the photos section. So businesses will upload photos and users can also upload photos of the business. And this reflects the user's experience. This business in particular uploaded a watermark reflecting that this was an after, this was real work that the business did. So this is one additional element on Google Business Profile that we can consider as an experience tactic. So next, we're going to talk about expertise. The quote that I want to pull for you all here is, consider the extent to which the content creator has the necessary knowledge or skill for the topic. So what does Google mean when it has this quote about expertise? The words that stand out here are content creator and topic. So these are clear indications that in order to understand the expertise provided by a website, we need to look at its content, even if we're a dog, maybe. Just kidding. Dogs can't read, but Google can, sort of. And the way that Google can understand the overall expertise of a business is by looking at its content. So I have a content scenario that I'd like you all to consider. I am looking for senior care services in my community. This is a sensitive situation, right? This is someone I love, who I'm looking for a care provider for, and I want to make sure that the business that I choose is experienced and is going to have the expertise necessary to care for my loved one. So we're going to look at two scenarios with content on these senior care services websites and talk a little bit about what content I might prefer as a user and what content might indicate overall quality. So which would you choose? First, we have a paragraph of text on a location page that's kind of outlining, hello, we are this business, we are at this location, and we offer these senior care services. This is going to be kind of your standard layout for a location page in my experience. When we work on location pages, we just sort of provide a generic description of our core keyword, which in this case would be senior care services. Or perhaps what I might prefer as a user is a page that is a list of local services available in that community. So these are services that are linked out from each of those services listed here, and you can click through and learn more about each individual service in that community. This showcases expertise at an individual level because I, as a user, want senior care services, but I also want probably something very specific within that. I'm going to want someone who knows what they're talking about at this level of detail and not more general. Hello, we provide senior care services. Well, what does that mean? And what I'm getting at here is that most location pages kind of suck. They aren't great because location pages are this generic high-level space that just says we're at this location, and it doesn't get into the level of detail that many consumers expect to understand the business's overall expertise. Again, they're catering to that community. So this page is specifically about Parkinson's care from that previous example I was showing you, and it's a local service page. It gets into that level of detail necessary to showcase expertise. And a specific strategy that I worked with regarding local service pages resulted in a 213 year-over-year increase in clicks for those locations that received local service pages exclusively. So we know that adding that extra level of detail to showcase your expertise makes an impact on organic results overall. And it's also just that opportunity to get into that level of detail because details matter. Spending those extra resources to make an impact and help the user understand exactly what they're signing up for is a level of detail that is increasingly going to be expected in the local SEO space. So we have one other scenario with content that I'd like you all to consider, and this is blogs. This is going to be a fairly common SEO tactic. We see blogs on most websites these days, but in the local SEO space, there are some tactics that we can leverage to make our blogs better. So first, I have an example of some things that we pretty commonly see on blogs, particularly in the SEO space. What we'll see happen most often is someone will use a keyword research tool and find, okay, this is a keyword that is commonly used. It's a great keyword to rank for. It's higher up in the funnel. I am going to write a post about that keyword. Maybe I'll have ChatGPT write it. Maybe I'll just kind of write a big block of text trying to target that keyword specifically. Maybe I'm just trying to get a featured snippet. They're just kind of the same generic SEO strategies used over and over again that we've all maybe seen for quite some time. Or maybe what we could consider, if I'm a user in this scenario wanting blog content, is something original, a blog post that wasn't just based on what a keyword tool had to say, but about something unique specifically to that community. And I have an example for you all of this. So here is an example of a blog post on a local realtor's website here in my hometown about a law called U+2. And U+2 is essentially this law that says each home can only have one single family in it here in my hometown. And it's fairly controversial. People are talking about this law, but it's not the kind of thing that you would see in a keyword research tool. It's specific to my community, and it's something that everybody is aware of here, but it's going to take some extra research from you to understand that these specific scenarios are happening in that community. This is like zero search volume keywords. This is something that we're talking about more and more in SEO. And in the local SEO space, it means researching that community specifically, understanding what the pain points are of that community, and creating the expertise. Be the person who creates the search volume, create the conversation, understand what's central to the conversation, and produce that content. Because if we're forward thinking, if we think about what the community wants before everyone else has written about it, then we are really showcasing our expertise with our content. So next, we are going to talk about authority, the third letter of WEAT. So the next quote I have for y'all to consider is, consider the extent to which the content creator or the website is known as a go-to source for the topic. So how does Google assess authority? How does Google understand what the authority of another website is? The words that really stand out to me here are is known as. This essentially is Google's interpretation of how do others recognize a website. And since the dawn of Google, one of its core approaches to understanding how websites are talking about other websites is links. Links are pivotal to any SEO strategy, right? So what are some of the types of local links that we can look at to leverage our overall authority with a local website? So the first example of local links that I'd like you all to consider are these data aggregators. These are these third-party websites. They're kind of similar to a phone book. They're also known as local citations. And a local business will submit basic information about itself to these websites, and they will then distribute that information across dozens of other websites. This essentially creates a network of information about that business's name, address, and phone number. But do these links offer authority? What are they really building beyond just the name, address, and phone number for a website? And the answer is not really, because that's exactly what they're doing. They're just saying, hey, I'm a business and I exist. I have a name, address, and a phone number. Yay, you are real, you exist. But that's not really authority in the sense that we're talking about here with websites quality and, being able to trust that business. So an example for you all to consider here of a more specific type of local link that builds authority is the citation website specific to its industry. So we can see that this HVAC company created a profile on an HVAC specific website called Air Conditioning Up. And there are lots of these websites out there available for industry specific local businesses to build profiles. And we actually have some really great data about how these more specific types of local links can make an impact on overall results. A talk coming up later today is a panel, and one of the speakers in that panel is Amanda Jordan. That's coming up at 4:30 Eastern Time, Smarter Competitor Analysis Tactics. And Amanda Jordan might, during that panel, I'm not sure, I can't guarantee, talk about a really great talk that she gave at MozCon earlier this year about how locally relevant links make more of an impact on businesses. And she found with her research that the businesses that invested in local links received a 38% increase in clicks year over year. So that's 38% increase in clicks year over year for those more specific local links. Whereas the businesses that only stuck with the more generic links only received a 14% increase in clicks year over year. So 38% versus 14%. We know that these more specifically focused local links make a difference. So another type of local link to consider is awards and community. And here in my community of Fort Collins, we have a great local restaurant called Music City Hot Chicken, and they are known for hosting really cool local events and fundraisers. And in this example here, we can see a local nonprofit that published a brief article about how the local restaurant is hosting this fundraiser. And in hosting these events that bring the community together, you're building your authority in that community. You're showing that you are a trusted part of that community and you are central to how that community functions. This builds your authority as a local business because it means that others are connecting with you. And this is a real place that really matters to the community at large. You're also getting links as a result of that. And then there are awards. Most communities have local news organizations that will annually publish a list of the best local providers of a service. And finding these news organizations can be as simple as Googling your community, your industry, and then awards. And this is as simple as getting recognized and understanding what those opportunities are. It's important to note here that recognition is earned. You earn that local recognition, you gain those local links, and you gain authority. What we're really looking at here with awards and with events is that these are things that you're putting extra effort into. You're putting effort into hosting great events. You're putting effort into being the best provider in your community, and then you're getting the links and therefore the authority. So the last type of authority with local links that we want to consider is knowledge sharing. This is a more commonly referenced type of link building in the SEO community in general. And it's essentially the idea that you publish really great content, you publish helpful content, and then you receive links as a result. So this is no different in the local SEO space. If we have an HVAC company or just another industry expert who publishes a piece of content helpful to their community, they can then receive links to that content because it is helpful, right? So here we can see that an HVAC community, because it produced that helpful content, then received a local backlink from a local news organization because that content was helpful. This is a local news organization that was publishing about an upcoming heat wave. And what this is it's PR, public relations. Public relations has been around since before SEO existed, but it is essential to the link building element of SEO because what many organizations will do is they'll publish great content, but they won't go through the extra effort of promoting that content, of getting recognition for that content. And public relations is, of course, a larger investment in a larger time-consuming tactic. But if you're showcasing and working so hard on creating great content, then it might be worth it to show a similar amount of effort to promote your content and make sure other organizations are aware that your local business has this great content. And then you build links and gain authority as a result. So lastly, we are going to talk about trust, the last letter of EAT. So instead of a quote for you all, I have a graphic that is used directly in Google's search quality rater guidelines. And what Google has said about trust is that it's the most important letter in EAT. It's the most pivotal part of any EAT strategy. So the factors of trust impact all of the other factors of E, and A. Trust here, this is a Venn diagram, and it actively plays a role in everything that you're going to consider as a local user. Because if you can't trust a business, then why are you doing anything else in the first place, right? So we're back to reviews. Reviews are the core way of understanding whether you can trust a local business. They are pivotal to ensuring that users can go to your business and know that they will receive quality services. They're also a known ranking factor, as I mentioned earlier. We also have a study that shows how user demand and interest in reviews on Google Business Profile is growing specifically. So here in the study published earlier this year from Bright Local, we can see that 87% of users rely on Google Business Profile reviews to evaluate a local business. 87%. That is a wildly large number. That is a lot of people who are going to Google Business Profile and looking at reviews on Google Business Profile to understand whether they can trust that business when working with them. And we can also see that this number is up quite a bit, even from just 2 years ago, from 63% to 87%. So this is rapidly growing and becoming more important as a point of reference in your overall local SEO strategy. But local reviews are more than Google Business Profile. There are other things to consider with reviews when you are a local business. And the example that I'd like you all to consider here is the search query, defense attorney near me. This is a keyword that pretty much every local attorney wants to rank for. If you've worked in local SEO with attorneys, this is a very commonly sought after ranking. But when we see the first 3 rankings in traditional search results outside of the local pack, we can see that the first 3 results aren't even direct providers of attorney services. They are these third-party review websites. So they're these websites where the attorneys can build a profile and get recognition on that website and get reviews on that website. So these third-party review websites are essential to your local SEO strategy because of 2 reasons. One, if you're not on these websites, then you're not in the first 3 search results, essentially, right? You're missing out on an opportunity to show up in what is very prominent. And 2, these results are prominent for a reason. These results are being shown by Google as the top results because Google is saying that this is trust is such an essential part of the user's buying decision that we want the providers of this service to be thoroughly vetted, not only by us, not only by Google Business Profile, but by these third-party websites as well. So taking the additional effort as an attorney or any business, whether it's in travel, in real estate, we see lots of industries with these third-party websites. Taking the initiative to show up on these websites is going to be essential to your double EAT strategy and your tactics as a whole. Now we're going to wrap up. We're going to look at all of the tactics of double EAT in local SEO and how they come together. So first, we're going to look at experience. What are the tactics within experience that we can consider as part of our double EAT strategy? So reviews on Google Business Profile, of course, they're important. Utilizing Google Business Profile posts that have a photo of a real person rather than just that generic stock photo. Bios on your website of your employees, and then encouraging customer photos or uploading photos to your Google Business Profile that directly showcase what that user's experience will be like. And then within expertise, the tactics that we can consider are local service pages, producing content on pages that are specific about your services rather than those more generic location pages, and then blog posts about something new or something unique to your community specifically. Within authority, we can consider local links that are specific to your industry, these citation websites that are specific to what type of services or products you provide, local events, building community with those events, getting recognition through local awards with local news organizations, and then producing content and promoting it with those local news organizations as well. Lastly, we can consider trust as the final piece of our double EAT strategy, and that's reviews. Those reviews on Google Business Profile and those reviews on those third-party websites. So that is how all of the tactics of double EAT come together to build a strategy for growing the overall quality of your website. And if you work through these tactics, if you work through these tasks in addition to your standard day-to-day SEO tasks, then you'll win. Then you'll grow your organic traffic and you'll have considered the overall quality of your business in addition to the standard day-to-day SEO tactics. But if you ignore these elements of quality around your business and the ways that it impacts the community, then what might happen is traffic loss, back to scenario number one, where you might get impacted by a Google algorithm update. And as a result, lose organic traffic, and you'll have to go through your laundry list of double EAT tactics and SEO tactics to kind of figure out what element of double EAT is really behind this organic traffic loss for me, right? We can use double EAT as a tool to understand what is missing with our business beyond those standard SEO tactics. So that has been my talk about developing your double EAT strategy for local SEO. Again, my name is Harmony Huskinson. I am so grateful to Bright Local for putting on this wonderful event. Do go to that GoFundMe link and donate if you can, because we, again, have some really wonderful organizations. And thank you all for listening. I really appreciate it, even though you were ejected, because that's how the game ends. It's all fun. Hi.
Oh, Harmony, if I had a hat on, I would take it off to you, because that was absolutely amazing. So full. So I love examples, top tips. I learned that WEAT is how I say things. I loved it. Thank you. And I'm sure that everyone did too. We've only got 10 minutes for questions, and there are quite a few. So I think we're going to go straight into them. But just a big I love you, and you're the best. And thank you very much. Let's go.
Thank you. Yay. Okay. Sounds good. Let's get into it.
Cool. So we have got, how about big brands with 1,500 plus locations? How to go about the production of local content in regards to WEAT? How?
Yes.
Yes.
No, this is a great question. This is something that I have experienced in my day-to-day work. And it is a similar strategy to other parts of your SEO strategy, and it is a matter of prioritization. So just because you have 1,500 locations doesn't necessarily mean that everything needs to be produced the same exact way for every location. What we can do is we can develop a strategy that's sort of parsed out depending on specific elements of community, kind of based on demand. So typically what I do in these scenarios is I identify the higher population communities, the more competitive communities that are going to have just as a default more local competitors, more businesses kind of operating in that city, because those are already going to be more competitive and difficult to leverage organic traffic growth for. So putting more effort and strategy in these types of tactics into those specific communities that are like larger is going to have more impact, because those communities are already harder to rank in. And that is where you can put in that additional level of effort and research. So it's really a matter of, it doesn't mean that those first communities that you started with are the only communities that you'll work with, but they are the most impactful to start with, and you have to start somewhere, right? Again, this is a difficult strategy to sort of like replicate at scale, but I think that's the point. I think the point here that we're trying to get at with quality is that what's happening in that community specifically matters, and that's what we need to achieve, but we don't have a million hours, so we have to start somewhere.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And another question. Do you recommend outreach campaigns to get informational content picked up by local publications?
Great question. I do. I've worked with off-page SEO teams to specifically promote local content and get those local publications to reference and achieve links for that content on the website. So outreach campaigns are an excellent tactic, and I think, as maybe the question asker knows, they can really vary kind of based on how you want to approach. I think outreach is already a really big term that can mean a lot of things. So outreach and local could be maybe its own talk, and we won't get into that, but short answer is yes.
Brilliant. Perfect. And the next question, please. We have got a question about city pages. Do they have to be completely different from each other, word for word and picture by picture, or is it just needing to mention the city and the specific FAQ enough?
I think that the more different you can make them, the more impactful that you can be. But my strategy with local SEO is kind of that it depends space. Like the level of effort and resourcing that you have to put into like a location can really change based on the specific like needs and tactics within that community, depending on how competitive it is. So if you're in a city like New York City and there are like 100 other businesses, having the exact same content as all of your other locations is probably not going to cut it. But if you're in like a tiny town in like Kansas, I don't know how, as much of a difference as it's going to make. And ideally everywhere would kind of get that star treatment and that unique content. But then there's also just like the reality of what we're trying to achieve here in SEO and that prioritization.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
And another question. Oh, I agree. Mark is very insightful. Thank you, Harmony. In your experience, is there any industry, I don't know whether Marcus is saying the ones that you gave the examples of the EAT tactics, or anything where it isn't as important, perhaps?
So a little bit, and where that would be is almost like it's still WAT, but these tactics that I described, if you're in a really niche industry, so something where like you're the only person in town providing that service, you're sort of already the expert and you don't need to like prove it. Like you don't need to produce all the content and get all of the links because you're like already the guy. Like in Arizona where I used to live, we had a person who repaired typewriters. And I don't know if the person who repairing typewriters like would need to do everything I described, because they're the only person who repairs typewriters. And so everybody already goes to them. So yeah. the industry where this maybe doesn't work or isn't as impactful is like where it's sort of like you already achieved it by existing. But in any industry that's more competitive and has a lot of noise and a lot of people providing it, that's where this is going to make an impact.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Melissa asks, should you do service pages for each area you serve, or just the service targeting the different areas served?
I'm trying to understand the question. Just the service targeting the... Mm-hmm.
I think, yeah. So I think it might be one of those, Melissa, sorry if I'm getting this wrong, but is there a sweet spot where we tip from going, let's just have one service page, but it's optimized for all my areas, to the next bit, which is just like, I can't optimize for all my areas using this page. Have I got to then go into a area specific service level page? I'm wondering if there's a sweet spot where there is a tip.
Great. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, Claire. I appreciate it. And so it's, when I was talking in the talk, I was talking about local service pages that are catered to an individual community. So it would be like Phoenix air conditioning services, and then also Phoenix furnace services. And then you might also have, in Phoenix, there's a suburb called Mesa air conditioning services, and then Mesa furnace services. So you're having both individual locations and individual services, and the level of detail required for both services and locations, unfortunately, it kind of like does depend on like, is that location, does it have enough population to warrant building a page out? And then is that service popular enough to build a page specific to that location? So like, I did end up building out a page just about boiler repair that didn't work because boiler repair was like too specific of a service and not enough people have boilers to warrant a local service page. But a page about AC repair was large enough and impactful enough to make a difference and need a local service page. So sorry that answer is like so complex, but I think that's the nature of our work, that looking at the details and like what the need is kind of where a lot of the effort and strategy comes in.
Yeah, and the testing to see what works. That's awesome. Thank you so much. We've got time for one more question, but I know that there are loads of questions, but we've just got time for one more. Okay, so for businesses that provide services where the customer would prefer to remain anonymous, how do you suggest acquiring Google reviews?
Ooh, that is a really tough question. And I think that it is still a challenge that these like third-party review websites are trying to face as well, because you're right, not everybody wants to talk about the services they received, and it is a challenge. And I would think it's sort of similar to like doctor and medical websites. Like where I would look to research your question is on doctor review websites. What are people doing when they review their doctor, and how have those like doctor websites handled reviewing a medical provider? Because I think they're at the forefront of those types of scenarios with like HIPAA and like local patient privacy laws. So to answer your question, where I would start is looking in the medical field and seeing how they're handling that. I know that's not a direct answer, but I'm just kind of telling you what my starting point would be to like explore that strategy.
I think that's an excellent answer. Thank you very much. Now, sadly, it is time to say goodbye to you, Harmony.
Aw, well, I mean, I really enjoyed talking to you all. I'm on LinkedIn more than X, Twitter these days. Do look me up. Again, my name is Harmony Huskinson. I'll try to post some more of these resources. I know this was a lot of information for y'all. So again, find me online and enjoy the conference, y'all.
You were brilliant. Thank you so much.
Oh, thanks. Yes. And I'm fundraising for the Trevor Project. Should have mentioned that. Very important. But again, I'm so grateful.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay.
Bye. Thank you. Bye. Ah, what a start. Wow. That was brilliant. So it is my pleasure to introduce you to our very next guest, very special person. We have got Azeem Ahmad from I Am Azeem Digital. Now, we're going to bring him onto stage in a minute. I'm just going to give you a little intro to Azeem. He's a senior level digital marketer with experience in various disciplines, including PPC, SEO, programmatic, and social media marketing, to name a few. Is there anything this man can't do? He's also an international conference speaker and superstar, and has spoken at conferences including Brighton SEO and MozCon. And he hosts his marketing podcast too, which you must listen to, called Azeem Digital Asks. Let's welcome Azeem. There he is.
Hello.
Oh, hello. How are you?
All the better for seeing you now, my friend.
When I thought that I wasn't going to be here for you to welcome you onto screen, I did a cry. So I'm here, and thank you very, very much for being here. Now, Azeem, let's hear your talk on how local businesses can utilize audio and video marketing to get ahead of the competition. Can't wait for it. Don't forget to ask your questions in the chat, everyone.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Look, before I begin, no secrets. I've not been having the best of weeks. I'm very happy to see Claire. Very happy to see the chat firing. But before we start, please, if you're watching this, please just put thank you, Claire, or loads of emojis in the chats, because I know she's doing a fantastic job and she needs recognition for it. So an audio and a video, thank you, Claire, from me. You're a wonderful human being. And I hope that in the chat, if you're watching this, excuse me, please do put a massive thank you, Claire. Right, okay. Let's get into it. Hopefully you'll be able to see these slides. Hello, everyone. I'm Azeem. If the slides are not working, then one of the team will let me know. But on this slide, as Claire's given me a fantastic introduction, I won't go through it too much. But yeah, look, I'm Azeem Ahmad, better known as Azeem Digital. I've spoken at conferences all over the world, more recently at MozCon in the States. But nothing compares to Bright Local and this wonderful audience, this wonderful team, and wonderful Claire. First 3 compliments she gets a free, 4th and 5th she'll have to pay for. Right, let's move on. She very briefly told you about my podcast. There it is. It's called Azeem Digital Ask Podcast. It covers all those topics and more. What I think sets it apart and what I think puts it in the top 10 digital marketing podcasts and top 20 globally is that I prioritize guests from marginalized backgrounds. That includes people from the LGBTQ plus community, people who are people of color, and women as well. Anyone who identifies as marginalized, I want to hear from you. Right, let's get into it. I'm going to give you a couple of assumptions. I'm going to talk to you about audio, video, distribution, and buying. We have got lots to get through today. So here's some assumptions. If you've ever seen me talk before, you know that I make my talks as widely applicable as possible. I don't give you any generic case studies. Assume you've got a strategy in place and that you want to take that to the next level. So I want to move away from this year or next year for our content strategy. We need X amount of pounds, dollars, or whatever the local currency is in the area that you are in. So I'll also talk to you about, if you're interested in a slice of 4 million links, I can help you get those as well. I can't guarantee them, and I never said that. It's all recorded. So here's a hot take. I think that we get a measurement wrong. Okay. As of January last year, tracking ROI and digital marketing returned nearly 16 million results. I've left that slide in there because if you look at it as of April this year, that's now risen to 24 million results. Do I think that there are that many more ways in 1 year to measure digital marketing and measure the ROI from it? Absolutely not. I just think we make the process massively convoluted. As marketers, we just tend to measure everything. So here's an example. Brand awareness, the core KPI in the middle of the screen. If you look around it, all the different ways you can measure it. Engagement, all the different ways you can measure it. Likes, shares, forwards, etc., etc. I won't read them and bore you all to death. Sales, customer loyalty, lead gen, and then digital PR, links. Digital PRs, they love links. Right, here's the problem as I see it. When it comes to our customers, I think we know what they want, but we don't necessarily know how they want it. And when researching a version of this talk, I came across this phrase, content velocity. If you know what content velocity means, great. If you don't, here's a brief summary of it. Essentially, again, I won't read it out for you, but the idea is that you measure what you put out versus your competitor over a certain period of time. Personal opinion, I'm not a fan of that. I just think the time that you spend doing stuff like that, it could be better spent on your own business rather than watching your competitors, because I truly believe if you do that, you will only ever be as good as second place or position 2. Is position 2 a thing now with SG coming in? Who knows? Tell me in the chat. I think stuff like hit and hope with just written content anymore, it doesn't work. The internet has moved on, and this is before the advent of things like ChatGPT and AI. And if you're looking at discipline specific, then digital PR, for example, will have its own challenges. Here's a very broad example of where a journalist is basically saying, we can't add links unless you pretty much pay for them. Anyway, let's move on. You're here to learn about audio and video. So I'm going to show you how you can go from basic to advanced in 3 simple steps. So the basic, which is this, you have a topic, it performs very well, and this is going to be your framework. So it could be our hair care topic, performs very well. I'm going to base all my extra content on that around hair care. The better version would be universal analytics. It shows that your longest path has got 9 touch points. I'm still talking about universal analytics because although it has been sunset, I couldn't think of the word there, although it has been sunset, you can still jump in and get historic data, which is going to be useful for you, and I'll show you why later on. And then the advanced version is we've split out our top 5 markets or regions in GA4, and we now understand which countries prefer audio, video, both, none, or more. As an aside, if you are missing universal analytics, run that up in the chat. Just type in yes, because I know I certainly am, and I'm not ashamed to say it wasn't broke. Shouldn't have fixed it. Anyway, let's move on. The basic version is pretty much this. You open up GA4 and you're like, right, okay, this is me now. I have to make use and I have to make sense of this. And you can start playing with it out of the box. And you get a little screen like this, which goes on from there. The better version would be go back into Universal Analytics, tell it that you miss it, and email the developer and say, please bring it back. You can go to your top conversion paths and see which performs best for you. And the advanced version is where you can really start to have some fun. And you can do things like this. You can split out your conversion paths using a cross-channel data-driven model. You can see based on your early, mid, and late, I was going to say last, equally the same touch points, which of your channels performs the best for you. So I realize that is a very quick whistle stop into GA4. I would love to go through it with you in a bit more time, but unfortunately I don't. So I'm going to share this screen and hang on it for a while. To do what I'm about to show you, you need to have video tracking enabled. So on the screen, you can see the admin data streams, enhanced measurement, and video engagement. So make sure you've got that enabled. Enabling that will let you do some really cool stuff, which is this, right? You've got your video progress here. So as you see, jump into reports, engagement, and events. You'll be able to see your events such as video progress, video start, and video complete. So you'll be able to see, for example, who's progressed through the video, who's started it, who's completed it. The progress one is pretty key because you're able to separate that on a percentage level. So you can see, for example, who's watched 10%, 20% of your video, where they are. If you drop another dimension in for where people are, you'll be able to see exactly where geographically those people are who are looking at only, let's say, 50% of your video. That's pretty cool by itself. When you include scroll events with it, as you can see, it's underneath engagement events. You can see, for example, 10, 25, 50, 75. You can even set up, 1% increments of how far people scroll down the page. But I'm not a big fan of doing that because I believe that you can't really glean a whole lot of information from who has scrolled 68% of the page versus who scrolled 69% of the page, unless you've got some really critical information that you're absolutely positive sits somewhere between 68 and 69%. I just don't think that it tells you a lot. When you put both of those two together, for example, you'll be able to see how far a user in Italy will scroll and how much of each video that they're watching. So I mentioned to you earlier on that you can still use universal analytics, and MCF is just short for multi-channel funnels. When I am talking about stuff like this, and when you are talking about stuff like this, the chances are you'll be talking to people who don't have a whole lot of technical knowledge when it comes to either universal analytics or Google Analytics 4. That's why they employ you, or that's why you work for that business, because you're the specialist, right? In this part of the presentation, I will show you how you can kind of speak a language that they will understand. This is a multi-channel funnel. Now, when you load this up in Universal Analytics, go from the longest path, and I believe it's bottom up, right? And you'll see stuff like this, very convoluted, lots of nodes. If you can't quite make it out, if the letters and the words are small, essentially each color is basically a different channel. You put that in front of the decision maker or someone senior in the business, or if you are an agency, you put that in front of your client and say, look, these are our conversion paths. This is why I need to include audio. This is why I need to include video at this point. I might need to include a short Instagram reel here. I might need to include a podcast on our blog here. If we took this one piece of content out, let's say I took my Facebook post or Meta post out here, that paid social post, then you ask them, okay, how confident would you be that the rest of the purchase path would continue? You can take this to another level. So as a standalone, that is a great way to sort of break down the barriers between like the boardroom or someone who's quite senior and doesn't know about this sort of stuff. So you've already broken down the barrier there. You can take that to another level, which is slightly more difficult, by assigning a cost. For example, any of your paid activities, or if you've paid to create audio or video, or even, your time cost, if you're an agency or a freelancer, put that against every channel. Not only will you potentially already have that, for example, if you're looking at a cost per conversion, but you can then assign a cost to each channel and say, right, removing this piece of audio is going to cost me £50 or $50. But in terms of harming conversions, it's going to cost the business X, Y, and Z, which is fantastic to move along the conversation. So I'm going to very briefly show you how to use this information, and I'm going to put my hands up and say I've got the numbers wrong on these slides before somebody points it out. So YOLO, we move. Let's say you've got one region locally that they don't scroll, but they watch videos a lot. Okay, this is simple, straightforward. You just need to create longer form videos and include them earlier on in the page. So don't have a very wordy text blog and then just shove a video at the bottom, because now your users are not going to scroll and they're never going to see that video. So you've got content that the users want, but you're not going to give it to them because you're making them scroll, which they're not going to do, which is not good. Right, if I move on when it lets me. Region 3 should have been region 2. YOLO. Let's say they do the opposite. They scroll a lot, but they won't watch the video. Here, essentially, you do the opposite. You create super detailed and informative content. At no point, by the way, in any of this slide here, do you see me use the phrase AI or chat GPT. You cannot cut corners with this type of stuff because you'll be found out very, very quickly. Write detailed, write informative content, demonstrate your expertise, And then with your information that you get, you can now see, you can now see where the drop off occurs. And then you can utilize things like remarketing in PPC to bring them back to your website. Bonus points if you dedicate, for example, a paid landing page to boost your conversion rate. As an example, I've done this before in the past with a stop smoking campaign, realized that lots of people would read, but then leave. We would like retarget them by saying something like, with a different message, by saying something like 97% of people quit and stay quit when they use our service. That really worked. It put conversion through the roof. And that's because we knew that people were not watching videos. We knew that they were reading. We knew they were interested. And then we hit them with a key fact and figure to bring them back. Let's say the next region then. They scroll on an average basis and watch an average amount of your video, and they have a high ASD, which I've just shortened, which is average session duration. These are the people that I call page hoppers. So as I just mentioned, these are very likely in the research stage. As I mentioned, build an audience out of that, use remarketing, and hit them with sort of key facts and figures to ensure that you stay front of mind. So for example, I'm fairly certain that a lot of you are going to be in a fairly crowded space, so that you're offering a product or a service that competitors will too. This is where you mention how you stand out. We often sometimes live in a world where, you know, people sometimes come to a website, convert straight away. It doesn't always happen, and we want them to convert straight away. We have a pool of people there that we're not kind of doing anything with. So get that information, hit them with key facts and figures, your USPs, and go from there. The last region, let's say that they don't scroll, they don't watch the video. You've got them onto your website and they're not doing anything. They're not scrolling, they're not watching the video. Here, you might think, okay, I'm finished. I don't have a lot to do here. There's something wrong. The answer is yeah, there is something wrong. In answer to your question, Claire, yes, there is something wrong. You can't give up though. You can still create short form videos in the purchase journey. You're very likely having low engagement. So like I said, there's a clear disconnect there. Review your content and review your targeting. So don't give up if they're not scrolling and they're not watching videos. Create short form videos. These are the audience, for example, who you'll probably see watching YouTube shorts or TikTok. Don't give up. Short form videos at that stage, and you can do it super, super cheaply and easily to move on and go from there. Okay, so very briefly, the power of audio. A lot of this stuff is not going to be new to you, but I think we put this to one side and chase the shiny stuff in marketing. Audio gives your text a voice, quite simply. It's very low on production, and there's a minimal barrier to entry. It doesn't spend a lot on cost as well. So for example, when I started my podcast, maybe 20-30 pounds, very cheap microphone, very cheap software. The only thing that I spent a lot more of was time. As it grew, I was able to spend more on it. There's a massive demand for podcast audio tweets. I still call it tweets. I won't call it X, and audiograms to drive traffic. Even though the pandemic has kind of eased off and people are now commuting, they're still listening to podcasts. Here's an example of a podcast that I did. It was audio only. I got a headshot of the guest. I put it on with a sound wave and some subtitles. I reached over 700 people, and it just didn't cost me anything. I've done that by spending nothing, and I can get my content in front of, let's say, 725 people. If you're a local business, you know, and you're short on budget, that's a fantastic way. All I've done there is literally get an image and put some audio on top of it. A great way to get into it. At this point, you might be thinking like me and thinking, right, I hate my accent. Nobody wants to hear people like me. A lot of people are going to be, you know, nervous about putting themselves out there in terms of their voice and everything else. I want to show you this. I don't know who did this study, so I can't credit them, but this was a study of the most attractive accents in the British Isles mapped. If you can't see that, if the text is small, at the very top, the most attractive accent in the British Isles is Southern Irish. Okay, at the very bottom is Brummie, Birmingham accent. Where I was born was just outside of Birmingham. The reason I'm showing you this is because my accent, according to this, is, lower than the least attractive to listen to. But as it stands, I've got a top 10 rated podcast, top 20 globally. And earlier this year, I was featured on Think with Google, talking about AI and search. And I just wanted to share that with you, because if I can do it, anybody else can do it. And also, that shirt was fire, and I want more people to see that. Anyway, let's move on. The power of video. On Twitter alone, I'm not calling it X, video views have grown over 220 times in the last year. We know this because if you consider your own behavior online, social video, you'll see a lot more of it. It's shared more versus text and image content. And as we know, landing pages that include video will convert better. I mentioned TikTok earlier on. I'll very briefly touch on this. Google, we're worried that TikTok was stealing Google's market share. We had a thing called TikTok SEO, which Carrie still talks about now. Strongly recommend you checking out her content. And if I had more time, I'd go through all of this stuff with you, but I did a podcast episode with Lydia. We talked everything about TikTok. She went through this massive document where they talked about their ranking factors, the algorithm, the impact on SEO and their search behavior. Please do check that out. Like I said, the power of video. I'll give you another example. Here's a tweet from my podcast. This time I included video. I've mentioned it in the tweet. I'm back. I'm now with video. I've included a snippet. I've included a sound wave, and I've included some subtitles. Again, using that same metrics that I've used before, I've got to over 1,700 people. At this point, you might be thinking, great, Azeem, lots of stuff there. Where do I begin? Here's a couple of tips for you. So you've probably got a lot of content on your websites that you're looking after, which are probably text only, such as blogs. You can take that, you can use the information that I've given you if you're not already, look at scroll information, record audio like snippets as teasers, release them across multiple platforms. I'll talk about distribution very briefly in a moment, but release them across multiple platforms. You're only going to know what works best for you once you've tested that out. You can use video to show and tell about your client, products, or service. There's a very famous example. I mean, even if you're in a highly regulated industry such as law or legal, I forget the name, but there was an American legal business who had a video with their owner sat in front of the camera and his staff behind him. He was saying something like, I get up at 4 o'clock every morning. I come in, I'm the first one in the office and I'm the last one out. This is what we do. Behind him, all the staff are laughing because that's just simply not true. And it was a very viral video in a heavily regulated industry. If they can do it, pretty much anybody else can do it. If you're in e-com, quite simple, literally how to or demonstrate products with audio, video, and their benefits. A lot of e-com sites that I've seen in my experience literally talk to you about the product and all of its features. A lot of e-com websites don't tell you how those products will better your life. Massive open goal there is to talk about the benefits of your product and how it will enrich the users' lives. And that's because you can do stuff like this. You can include audio and video testimonials. Don't forget, literally, people buy from people. A nice quick win there is if you are selling products, for example, reach out to your customers and say, would you mind giving us a short video as a review? We'll use that across our social media. If you're comfortable doing that, we'll give you X amount of % off your next purchase. Right, I'm whizzing through. I'm going to very briefly talk to you about distribution. Now, when I think of distribution, hopefully many of you do too as well, I think of two words, and those two words are Ross Simmons, and that is me and Ross Moscon earlier this year. This is Ross's framework, and I'm going to very briefly go through you with it. When it comes to distribution, you want to build the hype and interest before you hit publish. When you've got your content ready and you're ready to put it out there, start building up hype, build up that interest, tell people that you are going to be doing something big. That's where you then will create like a launch day for your content. Come back on date X because we are going to do this and we're going to put this out, get people excited, capture their emails, for example. Once you've done it, publish and share like there's no tomorrow across multiple platforms. That's because the only way you're going to know what works best is by testing multiple platforms. When you get feedback, amplify all of the positive feedback, engage, retweet, reply, and then pretty much repeat. Earlier on, you saw me mention that there's 4 million links on offer. And again, Ross's framework, strongly recommend you checking out. His blog is one of the main things that I read whenever it comes out. I make a point of reading. He did a whole case study about Canva, what they did, how they got to a 6 billion valuation, massive amounts of monthly and active users, and a huge amount of backlinks. Right. The last thing that I'll very briefly touch on for you is I've hammered you with a lot of information there. I'm going to talk to you about buy-in, how you can round all this off together and get buy-in from the budget holder, the CEO, or whoever is in charge, if it's not you. I use this matrix when I discuss things. It's called the trust versus performance matrix. This, if you've seen or heard any of Simon Sinek's stuff, this is a matrix that pretty much looks like this. It's on a relative scale, performance and trust. This was adapted because they had something in the US Navy SEALs where they would use something like this to filter out the best and the highest, the most trustworthy and the highest performing Navy SEALs. But like all marketers do, we take it and then we turn it into something marketing related because we love that. You can use this, again, alongside your multi-channel funnels to demonstrate the value of audio and video channels. So here's an example. If you're turning it into channels, we'll all be avoiding this channel, which is the lowest performing and the least trustworthy one. As an example, I would say this would be display advertising. Doesn't perform very well. We don't trust it. It's hard to measure. Platforms will just give you overinflated views of impressions, whatnot. It's not the greatest. Everybody wants this channel, highest performing, highest trustworthy. I often say when I'm having this conversation, it probably doesn't exist. It's a unicorn. If it did, every marketer would be all over it and then some. This is where we start to look at things such as short-term victories. So something that performs quite high, very well, but we don't trust it very much. For example, I would say this could be something like programmatic display. Great, you're getting your adverts out there on a topical basis. You are seeing where your adverts are being placed. But it's low trust because it's very hard to protect your brand. Very often you will see case studies about programmatic display ads being placed against harmful content, which is not the best. And this is where you can start to play and talk around audio and video interchangeably here. You can say, right, we know that audio might not perform very well for us, but we trust it a lot because it's us. Same with video, we trust it a lot because it's us. You can say either one of these will perform on a medium or low basis. It's much like SEO in that you may not see immediate results, the day after you press publish, but the more you do it, the long-term consistency that you have with it, the more results you will get from it. I'm absolutely positive of that. So you can use this alongside your multi-channel funnels to get that buy-in from your senior stakeholders to engage in more audio and video content. And ultimately, it pretty much comes down to that. You've got to be on board with Google Analytics 4 as well as Universal Analytics. Do jump back in there from time to time, if not just to reminisce on the olden days. Understand, which countries or regions want audio, video, none, or both. Like I said, the barrier to entry to doing this is super low and super cheap. Segment your search strategy in this way for greater impact. I am on Twitter, LinkedIn. You can find me there. Please scan them. I will drop my links in the chat, or I'll ask one of the very lovely Bright Local team to do that for me. And ultimately, massive thank you very much for having me. I should have mentioned at the start, very sorry not to, but I'm fundraising for the Freelance Coalition for Developing Countries. Amazing timing by putting that on the screen. Please scan that QR code. Please consider donating to them. It's run by Chima Meja, a very wonderful friend of mine. She does great work and would love to secure more funding in order to help more people from developing countries have access to the stuff that we do too. So if you're watching this, Chima, massive amounts of love and respect for you. And I hope that you get a huge amount of donations. And I'm happy to take any questions if anybody has them.
Hello. That was amazing. Hooray. So I'm still like, I'll have to rewatch this. That was fabulous. Thank you so much going on in the chat. Everyone's like, whoa. We're just going to go straight to questions because I think there are quite a few. We've only got 10 minutes of your brilliant mind, sadly. Now, Azeem, you might know this person. Who's this? There's merit in this question. What questions would you ask a new client to assess which type of media would be best for them to get started with?
Lots, and I know I've got 10 minutes, so I won't spend a lot of time here, but the main questions that I'd be asking are, what are the biggest obstacles that they have in their business generally, to help them overcome that. When it comes to audio and video, I would just say, look, the obvious first question is, what's holding you back? What's stopping you from doing this? Often there are challenges that I have seen and heard in that, we don't want to put Joe or Jane blogs in front of the camera because they are very likely to leave the business in 1 or 2 years. We only have a retention rate of, let's say, 1 year, which is fine. It's not the end of the world. You just need to start putting out NDAs, get them signed, or basically just say, look, we are going to be investing in a lot more of this content. We will be investing in you. But also, to counter that answer, I would say, if you are putting content out there for like a year and you're not looking at updating or refreshing that, you're probably doing something wrong, and your competitors are doing better than you, probably. So basically, to come back to the question, what are your biggest hurdles? What's holding you back?
Fabulous. Thank you very much. Is there a possibility to analyze the behavior of a user on an Instagram page?
Not that I'm aware of, Beatrice, but if there is, I would be all over that yesterday. If there is, and somebody knows it in the chat, please do let me know, because I would be all over that. But to my knowledge, no.
Maybe someone needs to do a study with some click tracking and be a good study, wouldn't it? You should get on that, Azeem. And the next question. Do I need to add the transcript to any video or audio on my website?
Yes, absolutely. And don't rely on auto-generated transcripts. So there's two parts to my answer here. Are you going to see any immediate SEO benefit, for example? Probably not. I've done this and I've tested it. If you go on my website, I've included transcripts of podcast episodes. For me, I found that more people started reading the content versus listening to the episode, which is what I wanted them to do, to actually listen to it. But also, it's very, very good practice for people who may have some sort of audio or visual impairment. And it would be remiss of me not to mention somebody called Ahmed Khalifa, who does a lot of work in this space. So please do check out his content, certainly on YouTube, because he talks a lot. And stuff that I recommend you should check out is not relying on automated transcriptions, because they can often mishear things like names or places, which doesn't give the user or the viewer context. So the short answer is yes, because it will benefit people who have an impairment. It doesn't immediately, in my experience, give you any immediate SEO benefits, but I recommend doing it 100%.
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, I like to read the transcript as well as listen to the audio, because I want to read as well. So yes. Do we have another question? What strategy do you recommend for using reels and shorts, and which campaign in the marketing journey do they best fit?
Reels and shorts, two different things, but essentially I'll just talk very broadly about short form video. I would say the obvious way to get into it, not obvious, but I would say the fastest way is the word I'm looking for, is to get into it, is to create varying lengths of video and see which performs the best. So, for example, 15-second, 30-second, and 60-second. YouTube Analytics is fantastic for giving you detailed information about where people are dropping off. So I'd strongly recommend creating various videos of multiple lengths, see what works the best, and then give people more of that. One test I like to do is, if I create, let's say, a 60-second video, but I know on average people are only going to watch 23, I would cut 23 seconds of that video. I would put it in front of someone who I'm fairly certain has not watched it, and I would say, what information can you glean from this 23 seconds of video, whatever I've said? Then I'd play the other remaining amount of time in the video, and I'd say, what have you got here? I'd use that takeaway and create more short form videos. So let's say there's 4 facts that they've missed from the next part of that video. You've then got an idea for 4 more videos. And a lot of this stuff compounds and grows over time. So the only way you really know it is, number 1, by putting it out there. And 2, just testing it. I'd love to be able to give you, a specific answer for you and your business. But thinking about the entire audience here, I would say test, see what people are watching on average, and then just do more of that.
Brilliant. Thank you very, very much. What have we got coming up here? How to go about the fact that for many brands, content like video, audio, text has to go through legal department's review before the content is ready to be published. I'm sorry about that. That sounds awful and difficult.
Yes, likewise. Like I said, this is difficult. There's no 2 ways around it. There's no magic formula for me to say, right, do this. The only thing that you need to do is to break down those barriers and speak in their language, because there's often a disconnect. The very famous disconnect is between marketing and sales. There's also, for example, here, a disconnect between marketing and legal. Give them what they want. So don't tell them that this video we anticipate to get 100 views or whatever, etc., etc. When you start doing this, see what the most common, hurdles are. Just like it is, treat them as if they were a client. See what the hurdles are and see if you can help them overcome ASAP. I've done this in the past. I used to work in the higher education, university sector in the UK. Stuff like this is very, very difficult to get through lots of rounds of approvals. If all else fails, give them an example of your competitor who are doing this and say, if we don't do this, we will get left behind because our competitors are doing it. Don't do what they are doing and replicate what they're doing, but say, look, here's our biggest competitor and they're doing this. We're not, because we're having various emails or meetings about it. If you want to take it one step further, assign a cost to it. If you're physically in person or digitally having a virtual meeting, assign a cost to every time you get together or send an email and say the cost that we have spent as a business to get this out is we could have created 5, 6, 7 more videos out of this.
Brilliant. I love all of those. Thank you. And we got another one. Does the quality of video matter? Does it need to be like really professional, or can it be authentically amateur?
It can very much be authentically amateur, because if this
you're very professional, Azeem, very professional.
No, it doesn't have to be professional, because let's say most people would be, watching TV, for example, at home, and they've got their phone or their tablet in their hand. I always say create video that somebody can passively watch or engage with. There's not many people who will be focused on one screen at one time, fully engaged in that video. And I think that's what holds people back from pressing play or publish on the first thing, is because we try to be, very perfect with it, go through every intricate detail. Just get it out there. My very first podcast episode was with a great guy, Luke Carthy. You should follow him and check it out. I will listen back to that and think, God, I hated myself. I hated how I sound. I'm going to take it down. But you have to start somewhere. So it doesn't have to be professional. If you've got the budget and you've got the equipment, great, get out there. But I would say, if you don't, what you sacrifice in financial cost, you can get back in time spent learning. The more you do it, it's much like a muscle. The more you do it, the stronger you get at it, pretty much.
Yeah, brilliant, brilliant. And do you know what? We got time for one last question before we have to say goodbye. What have we got here? What's the question? Okay, Azeem, what is one easy and high impact thing we can do today to get started with audio video for a current client? Ooh.
Okay, one, I'll give you 3. Okay.
Oh.
So first one will be, right, you've watched this, you've seen a guy, British guy, talks really fast. He's got a lot of information to get out there. I want something that I can do like tomorrow. For your client or for your business, the idea one will be 3 things that you didn't know about your product, your service, your business. Super easy. You don't even have to put yourself in front of the camera. You can just create loads of short 2-second videos, shove them into a reel. You can do this with all of them. If you are in another space, you can do, so your second idea is a day in the life, right? Let's say you've got some feedback to say, we don't know who the company is or who the people behind the company are. They're very faceless. Just do a day in the life. For example, get your CEO or someone else just to record loads of short videos. You put them together and say, this is a day in the life of our CEO. It might be pretty dense, but put some upbeat music on it and you've got your first piece of video content out there. Boom, there you go. And then the third one would be, let's say stitching, for example. Stitch something that is very popular at the moment, that's quite trending. If you have sort of creative freedom and you can move on and do stuff like that, get something that's trending at the moment and jump on it. There's 3 for you.
That's it, sorted. Just write it all down somewhere, and that's basically your work done for the year. Azeem's just delivered that for you. So thank you very, 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 very much, Azeem. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Claire, for being a great host. And please do consider donating to the Freelance Coalition for Developing Countries.
Yeah. So we're going to say goodbye to you. Thank you again. See you soon. Oh, that was fantastic. What a start to the day. So amazing first part of the day. Really big thank you to Harmony and to Azeem for their amazing talks. So now we're going to have a short break. But before we go, we've got a little treat for you from Bright Locals, Harry and Becky. It's the first episode. They're arriving in Brighton. They're hoping for a nice day spent on the beach. What could possibly go wrong? So have a watch of this and we'll see you after the break.
What should we do now? I wonder what beach is near us. Let's have a Google.
Right. Okay. This could work out well. I don't think this is a normal beach, Becky.
I agree.
Hello. Welcome back after our little break. I hope you managed to get something to drink and hopefully a little snack. And you are ready for the next round of amazing speakers that we have. So I'll move straight on. We have got next the amazing Jess Peck. So Jess is an ML Ops, and I'll let her tell you what that means, engineer at Local SEO Guide. She is a developer herself with a background in SEO and analytics. And now let's meet Jess.
Hi, Claire. How's it going? So nice to be here.
It's going really well. I love your ears.
Thank you. I used to hide them more, but I'm embracing them.
Those ears should never be hidden. Jess, what's your favourite colour?
It's hard to say, but I quite like pink.
You like pink? I'd never have guessed.
Yeah, I know.
That's amazing.
I'm very subtle about all of my interests, so.
We are all very excited to hear your talk, which is Surviving the AI Apocalypse, Separating Fact from Fiction in Machine Learning. So super interested to hear this and for you cutting through all of the whatever about AI. Can I just remind everyone to ask questions for the amazing Jess in the Q&A? So I'm going to go now and over to you, Jess.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a good conference live stream experience so far. My name is Jess. I'm an ML Ops engineer, which is machine learning operations, and I am going to talk about machine learning. I do machine learning for Local SEO Guide, just to be clear. So we're going to start off with some quick vocabulary just to get us all on the same page, because I use these terms all the time and I don't want to leave anyone in the dust. So the three terms you need to know going into this presentation are LLM, which is a large language model, which is use a lot of text, like billions of pieces of text, and do language stuff. So this is ChatGPT. And we're also going to use artificial intelligence and machine learning kind of, I'm going to use them alternately, basically to mean the same thing, because it sounds better to alternate. But these are techniques to get computers to learn stuff themselves. So it used to be, to get your computer to do anything, you had to give it very explicit instructions, and machine learning is how we get computers to do it themselves, and we have to care less about the explicitness of the instructions. So the question on everyone's minds, is this the end of the world? Like, we have ChatGPT, we have LLMs, we have all this new AI hype, this big new world, and with that, does this mean AI is taking over? Should you be frightened? And what are some of the misconceptions, and how do those affect your day-to-day life? So let's go and look through some of these myths and misconceptions and kind of try and understand better the new AI-driven world. So we're going to start kind of basic. Our first myth is that machines can determine causality, and this is a myth that comes up with a lot of people who just assume that the statistical techniques that machines use are better than people, so they can understand that the butterfly caused the hurricane kind of thing. And the fact is, we still can't find the causation automatically. Even if a machine learning model looks really good, it's going to be up to you to find causation. And this is important for us to be aware of in like the technical SEO space, because we deal with these kind of spurious correlations all the time. We deal with a lot of really messy data. We deal with websites and people and Google and algo updates. And so it's important for us to be aware of when a correlation is spurious, so we can tell if a site is tanking because of an algo update, or because it's a weekend and nobody's logging on, or because we accidentally no-index the whole site. We need to be thinking about things with our brains as well as with the technology that we're allowed to use. Which kind of brings us to the next part of this, which is this idea that we now have all of these cool ML tools, a ton of different SEO agencies, SEO tool contributors have come up with new LLM-powered, AI-powered interpretation. We can tell you the truth about your website. So has ML eliminated the need for doing work, basically? And I think you can kind of guess my answer here, which is no. LLMs and other machine learning stuff don't have what we call domain expertise, and you do. They can be very good at finding data points and clustering those points together for your manual review, but you still need to actually think through the problems. And so we need to not over rely on these systems when we are looking at our websites. So let's kind of step back a little bit and kind of think more about machine learning and LLMs and all of this like domain stuff in more general terms, rather than like very specific analytics based implementations, right? So we now have these extremely complicated models that people are using every day. Again, ChatGPT is like the obvious one. And there's this idea that these big, complicated models are always superior, and that you can just use something like ChatGPT for any problem and get a good solution. And I'm not just saying the actual fact here because it's my job on the line, I promise, but in reality, there are a lot of really simple things that are better than using the most complicated solution. There's this site called Kaggle, which is a competitive machine learning and like data crunching site, right? And the winning solutions tend to either be very basic data analysis or like a very complicated XGBoost algorithm. Sometimes all you need is the basic data analysis to be able to see stuff in your data, and adding machine learning or a complicated algorithm on top will obfuscate what is actually true. Occam's razor, sometimes simpler explanations should be preferred if they can explain the same phenomena like adequately, right? We have a lot of biases and we have a lot of things that go into these bigger models that might actually make the results worse. So let's talk about bias more generally. There is this idea that machine learning, because it is computer and it takes in all of this huge amount of data, that it manages to come out the other side in like unbiased, because it's getting all of this information from everywhere. And so surely that kind of mellows out at the end, right? But again, we have this true fact, they're not actually unbiased. They are very biased because they absorb bias from everything. Like, even from a non-social perspective, if you crawl all of Reddit, and Reddit is obsessed with PCs and gaming computers and hate like Xbox, that gets absorbed into the models that we use. So you have to be aware of these biases, because otherwise you're going to use something and it's going to get results that are skewed. And then we get into this idea of like machine learning models are black boxes. You hear this a lot when people are talking about machine learning. And this is actually also mostly untrue. Even with less interpretable AI, machine learning models aren't truly black boxes because we know what's going in and we know the calculations that happen. Complex models like neural networks might lack that transparency, but we have methods to unravel the inner workings of machine learning. This is a picture of a black box. I was showing this presentation to my partner and she was like, why is there a flight recorder on this slide? It's a black box. So I'm just making sure that's there. We have things like rule extraction, model interpretability, attention mechanisms, and visualization tools that make it a lot easier to understand the elements that go into a machine learning model. And this is going to be important in the future because there are regulations and laws in industries that require AI-driven decisions be explained. And this might not affect your day-to-day now, but it may in the future. If you are using tools like an LLM, like ChatGPT or other machine learning in your day-to-day, this may very well affect you. So understanding how machine learning models do what they do can be really useful for that. And then kind of alongside this, there is this idea that because these tools like LLMs are so big, we have all this data, more data is better. If we just get all of the data in the world, we will end up with the best machine learning model. But fundamentally, good data is better than more data. If you have good, reliable data, just having that will let you make better decisions using machine learning models. If you are using a machine learning model in your day-to-day, that you should have specific data, specific to what you are trying to solve, document it with its source, context, and potential biases, and keep it representative from all classes and categories. And if you have this good data, it is actually really easy to solve specific problems. There's this idea that now we have machine learning, we can solve every problem in the world, right? These are very general models, we can fix every issue. But that's not true. ML is not effective for fixing everything. It's not a panacea, but it can be used to fix specific problems with good data. If you have good data and you use the right algorithms, you can solve all sorts of problems that we couldn't do before. And again, going over data, if you think about the problem, assess your data, and then bring in your own domain knowledge and understanding, you can use these models and use these statistics to really get some very cool results. Another side of this idea that the new wave of LLMs, generative AI, and other machine learning models is the future, is this idea that AI can now possess consciousness and self-awareness, that artificial general intelligence, AI that is intelligent as a human being is just around the corner. And I mean, I'll eat my hat if it turns out this is true. I don't think, no, it can't. It is, all of the ML and AI we see today is a very complicated bunch of algebra, basically. And I mean, if you can hurt algebra's feelings, I'm really sorry for 8th year. AI can simulate certain behaviors and responses that might appear as consciousness, but it's based on patterns and algorithms based on text that has that stuff in it. It doesn't have subjective experience or understanding. It doesn't have emotion or intent. It doesn't have data-driven responses or the biological stuff that makes a human being tick. So, and a lot of these like stuff about AI is like, oh, they got conscious and now it's going to kill all of us. And that's a lot of the anxiety people are feeling about AI today. But it's at the moment, that's still a pipe dream. And the AI we have today, just think of it as rolling the dice on a bunch of text. So let's get to actually some stuff that's more practical for you in your day-to-day, right? There is this idea that things like LLMs and AI systems, they're very high cost, they're complex to develop. You need someone like me or like a bunch of developers to put stuff together. And while they can be resource intensive, we have come to a point in society where if you want to use ML systems on your own data and control your own data and control your own stuff, you can actually do that pretty easily. AI development is becoming a lot more accessible and affordable, and I've put a couple of solutions here. This is Colab, which is from Google, which lets you use very powerful CPUs and GPUs in a notebook. Hugging Face, which opens up a ton of like machine learning libraries to you, so you can just use them and test them as you see fit, and Streamlit, which lets you make apps very easily. All of these frameworks and tools can let you make stuff pretty quickly and make that stuff very specific to your own data and content. And while development used to be a lot more complex, technology has evolved a lot since then, and getting your hands into this kind of stuff can yield some really cool results. I think while we're kind of going through like AI advancement, while AI has advanced to the point where people can put together really cool AI applications in their basement, it doesn't progress linearly. There is a myth that AI is just going, in a straight line up to the moon. There are no limitations at this point. It's unleashed. But there are still a lot of limitations that we need to be aware of. Technical challenges, ethical concerns, regulatory factors, resource constraints, all of these things are still really pressing down on the idea of machine learning and AI being used in our day-to-day. And you need to be aware of these limitations because you can't bet the bank on something that doesn't exist yet. We need to think about these things as they are and not what we think they'll be one day, because people are implementing them all over the place. And this is one of those limitations. There is an idea that ChatGPT and other LLMs have reliable output. But the reality is these tools are not infallible. The outputs can be incorrect, biased, misleading. The company behind ChatGPT, OpenAI, updates its model pretty frequently, which can lead to the outputs being completely different to how people expect them to be, which makes it really difficult to build systems around these tools. You should always fact check your outputs, have steps in place to mitigate bias, and have human oversight, especially if you're going to put this kind of content onto a website. The reason you have to do these things is LLMs don't have a database. They don't have knowledge. They just have text. They don't know what the number 2 means. They just know sometimes it comes near 3 and sometimes it comes near 2 people. That is how it thinks. And so you have to understand that LLMs also do not generate original content without human input, right? Human input is all of this LLM stuff. ChatGPT and things like it are creating learned patterns from human-generated data, and then human prompts are adding the ingenuity, the surprise, the good elements are all coming from people. LLMs do not possess creative thinking or originality. They can remix ideas, but lack the ability to generate new concepts. This means if you are using an LLM to generate content about news stories, there may be cases where it cannot fully comprehend that news story. If tomorrow something came out that said eating apples is actually really bad for you, it would be very difficult to use an LLM to generate a story about that because its historical context is so heavily in the opposite. Another limitation is that LLMs can't really do math. Again, they don't know what a number is. You are better at math than one of these algorithms because LLMs are not optimized for mathematical problem solving. They're optimized for text. If a math equation is in the same order pretty regularly, it's pretty good at that because it understands the order, but it doesn't understand the meaning behind it. Specialized algorithms and stuff you make yourself is going to be better at this kind of problem solving because it's optimized for accuracy, efficiency, and numerical computations. People kind of assume that because LLMs are so good at mimicking text, they're good at all the other stuff we expect a computer to be good at, especially the cool AI assistant of the future. But there are a lot of things that it still really lacks, and this is one of them that I've seen people be really surprised by. And another thing is, and this is our final kind of myth, is the idea that ML can provide a quick solution and solve all these complex day-to-day problems without understanding context. And while ML has the potential to automate tasks, its effectiveness depends on a thorough understanding of the problem and the context. Machine learning requires context and understanding to make your effective solutions, and that means you have to think about how you're going to bring it in to those solutions. You have to bring in this data-driven approach and human insight. Machine learning cannot solve everything for us. We are at a point where we want it to be able to just fix all our lives and make everything easier, but it's a tool for us to use to do that. It's not going to do that by itself. So to kind of sum up, LLMs are a tool. They lack true understanding, consciousness, and creativity, but when used by people can be really powerful. Recognizing them as tools help us use them responsibly and effectively. The human intellect remains unparalleled. AI and ML can automate some tasks and provide insights that you might not catch. You have human intuition, judgment, creativity, and critical thinking that is vital to the world that we want to create. The notion of an AI apocalypse is mostly fueled by fiction and misunderstanding. AI and ML are advancing rapidly at this point, but we are far from dystopia. We are going, this entire field is dynamic and evolving, and it will affect our day-to-day. But if you stay curious, learn, and adapt to new advancements, you can create stuff that is much better for the world. And yeah, that's my talk. I don't know if I...
Hey, Jess, brilliant. Yep. Thank you very much. The chat is like whoa, and everyone recommending lots of different stuff to each other and lots of questions.
Awesome.
I just wanted you to mention your charity because I forgot to ask at the start, sorry.
Yes, I am here because I want to raise money for the Center for Black Equity, which is specifically focused on Black LGBT rights. And, you know, people should go to the GoFundMe for this event and donate to it. it's very...
They should a plus one for that. So just a reminder that the link there is on your screens and in the chat. So Jess, are you ready for Q&A?
I am. Let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Simon, bring in the fire with the questions. Asks, seeing AI models being added to all sorts of software as micro helpers for specific tasks. You know clients will use them to help do their work, but how much should SEOs trust them compared to how much we trust GPT-4?
That's a really good question. I think it's really going to depend on, like, this is such an SEO answer, it depends, but I'm sorry.
Drink your tea.
Yeah, I know, everyone take a shot. If you are using these models and implementing them in this like micro helper kind of way, it can be really useful to know how it's implemented, because some of these micro helpers are literally just an API call to ChatGPT and OpenAI. They're literally like the same thing. But some people have used these models and built their own stuff. And I would actually trust those more than I would trust something like GPT-4, because they are very domain specific, so they have more context and can bring out better stuff. Like, we have a couple of different things we do at LSG that are very domain specific models that are fine-tuned or built on very specific data, and I think that is going to be better for those very narrow tasks than GPT-4 would be.
So it all comes down to it being specific to what they are again, like it always is. Thank you, Simon. That was fab.
I would say also just like test and see if you trust the results of one more than the other, and if you think like, oh, this is garbage, don't use the one you think is garbage. That's yeah.
I think that's a jolly good answer. Right, next question from Dayna. Thinking as a marketing agency, what would be your number one argument to give to a client for why AI should be embraced as a tool rather than feared?
I mean, the answer that we've given is everyone is going to be using it. All of your competitors are using it. We can help you use it more effectively. Just if you are using it as a tool and thinking about it in a strategic way, it doesn't have to be feared. It can be really helpful in creating actually good content. And that's yeah. Thank you, Dayna.
That's brilliant. Thank you. And we have got a question. Does this mean that everything LLM gives us has already been written at least once, and that it uses this as a source?
Oh, this is a good question. So if you think about, the way to think about LLMs is you have a big bag of text and you shake it up, and then you can put a little weight on that text and scatter the words, and it will come up with words that are kind of clustered together in its own, in a way that is related to what it knows. So it's not that it has been written at least once, but it can recognize patterns between different things that have been written. And that means sometimes it will throw up stuff that has been written at least once. One experiment you can do is you can use ChatGPT for a generic query and then grab a sentence, and you can Google that sentence. And there are a couple of things where I've Googled it and seen 20 or so pages that have the exact same sentence in the exact same way that all came out after 2022. So they're all, even if it's like an old query. So this is why I say you have to like keep an eye out for plagiarism and keep an eye out for like writerly stuff, because it does kind of become a plagiarism bot if you don't look out for that kind of thing. and then you get in big trouble, and nobody wants to be in trouble.
So the element of like, you have to manually check these things, you know, it doesn't replace actually using your brain, really, does it?
Yeah. I mean, we do some stuff like we use Copyscape, which is a plagiarism checker. We can just ping. We also have some tools that actually look at the data set GPT is trained on and just do a quick comparison to see if we're like fully just pulling stuff from the data set. There are mechanical things you can do, but really our editing team is just really good at their jobs, so that's mostly what we do.
Okay, brilliant. Have we got one more? Let's see, we've got time. Let me know. Let's have a look. Okay. Are there strategies you would give to SEOs on optimizing content for LLMs?
Yeah, these are my, I'm just going to run through the things that I think are good things to do. Create a content brief in the same way you would for a person. So that level of strategy pretty much remains the same. Create an outline with different chunks of that input. So instead of saying, write me 2,000 words about blah, 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 because again, GPT cannot do math. It doesn't know what 2,000 words are. Go, okay, write a good introduction to this piece using these keywords, using this data. And then, okay, and then you refeed in and you go, this is the introduction, this is the next chunk of this outline. And if you split it into chunks and do it that way, you can keep the context up because of the kind of way ChatGPT works, but you can also really specify different elements. And this is because one of the problems with these big models is they will sometimes wander off the path. You may have seen this if you use the tools a lot. They'll just kind of drift and you're like, wait, where are you going? Stop. No. So making small specific prompts, giving it the information, and then letting it just string that information together. And then, you know, you can do stuff like give it research that you've done using tools like Ahrefs or SEMrush and like string that in and be like, these are the popular topics. These are the popular people also asks. You can do stuff like, one thing we found really successfully works is asking it as we put together the content brief, what is the intent for someone looking at this query, and what would someone who is searching for this query want as their first thing they see on a page? Because doing that can lead to better content that actually fits what people are expecting to see, and that can be really successful. So I hope that it's a little long, but I hope it answers the question.
It was brilliant. I'll need to listen to that again. Thank you. Cody, I hope you got a lot out of that, because that was Jess's brain on a plate. Have we got... Go ahead, Jess, sorry.
I was just going to say, also, if we don't get to all the Q&A stuff, you can always DM me on Twitter or like at me and tell me to open my DMs, or LinkedIn. I love talking about AI stuff, and we'll do it until the cows come home. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Claire.
That's all right. You're very, very kind. Thank you. I'm sure we can. I think we can do a couple more. Let me see what comes up here. Okay. Questions for Jess. Questions. I'll just sing you a question, Jess.
Yeah. Oh, I'm serenaded. I feel so flattered.
Questions. Okay. Jamie's just said to me, that's enough. No more questions, even though there are lots of questions, because we're out of time. And also, he doesn't want me to sing anymore. I think it's probably that, to be fair. So thank you so much for your time, Jess. It was lovely to see you here today.
Yep. It was lovely to be here. This event is awesome. You guys are doing such a good job. I hope everyone is giving you all of the hype. And thank you all for being here as well, out in the crowd.
You're brilliant. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you. Bye.
Ah, lovely, Jess. So that was fab. Again, another fab talk. Next, we have got our first panel of the day. So I want to welcome to the stage Amy Toman, Andy Simpson from Digital Law Marketing, and Tsakalakis from Attorney Sync. And here they are on screen with us. Hello.
Hello. Hello. Sitting in silence.
There they all are. Okay, I'm going to do some speaking and then we'll just go. So welcome everyone here. We're going to be talking about overlooked and underrated tactics for Google Business Profile. And I know that there are a lot, I mean, what a title. There's a lot of things to cover here. Lots of examples. We're really lucky that you're going to have lots of tactics and working examples for us. So if you're in the audience, don't forget to ask the questions in the live chat, because we will have a little bit for the questions, because we are joined by these three amazing legal specialists as well as GBP experts. So this is your chance to basically pick their brain. No, we go all different, everyone in this square apart from me. So we know that Google Business Profile is and always will be a hot topic for local SEOs, no matter their level of experience. So that's why we wanted to get you, the experts, including the product experts who live and breathe Google Business Profile, to share how local marketers can really win with it. So I think when people think of GBP, they might think of setting up the profile, get a few reviews and then that's it. But we know that there's lots of other features and ways to optimize a profile to improve rankings and conversions, and ultimately the experience for our potential customer. So in this panel, we want to highlight some of these overlooked and underrated tactics. So all of our attendees can have a big list of takeaways that they can go and crack on with. So without messing around anymore, we're going to go round. I'm going to start with Amy, if I might, and then we can all chime in. What are some of the tactics that might be overlooked when optimizing Google Business Profiles?
Wow, I'm first. I'm a little nervous.
The
biggest thing that I think is overlooked is the value of unique images, especially for service businesses, the trades, people who do not have bricks and mortar locations. Well, two things. First of all, stock images don't fly for these businesses because they don't really portray the businesses as they are, but also because people forget that Google can now tell the content of an image. They know what type of animal is in a photo. They know what type of clothes someone is wearing, whether it's casual, whether it's for, say, conservative. So I think people don't take that as seriously as they could. That's my biggest thing. And the other thing is services for businesses that provide services for which there is no category. I know I do optimization for a lot of small businesses in the pet care industry, and they provide a lot of services that are very niche, but they are searched and they do need to be found for them. So by putting them into their services, those will occasionally come up in justifications. So those are kind of my two biggest overlooked, underused tips.
Fantastic. My earphone battery might go in a minute. So if my camera goes off, then I'm sneaking over to get my second pair of headphones. Guy, can you add to that for us?
I would certainly echo services. I think most of the time we look at profiles like that's very underutilized. I'll say another one that people don't like, and I think in legal it's particularly abused, but unfortunately it still works, and is keywords in changing your business name to include keywords or category words in your business name. And I know that's a source of frustration for folks, but I go yell at Google. It still works. I think another one too that I like to see, it's not so much for ranking, but I think you know, and they were talking about this at the outset of the talk, which I think was really important, is you got to think about the people who are actually going to interact with your Google business profile, not just the rankings. So things like seeding questions and answers, you know, people will say things like, everyone gets so hung up on like, is it a ranking factor or not? And don't get me wrong, rankings, they matter. You got to be visible, but you know, providing answers to questions, right? You can seed the question and then answer the question as the business owner, replying to reviews, right? So many times you see people that are like, you know, they're so focused on acquiring reviews, but they don't respond to any of the reviews. And so I think just generally engaging with your profile like it's actually a customer service channel, I think that's a good kind of mindset to have for GBP.
For sure. Andy.
Hello. Well, I'm actually, that was, I don't know where he is. He's there. That was Guy's. I'm going to jump on what Guy was talking about with the Q&As, because I know some of the viewers watching now might not even realize there's this little tip, and this is one thing I check. So let me just show you something. Present, share screen, share. Hopefully, that's this. The classic question is, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, so what have I not done? What little button have I not? Oh, I'll tell you what, I'll actually choose which window to share, shall I? There you go. That always helps. So I want to get us off. So now can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Phew. So going back to what Guy was just saying, some of this, your profile on the right-hand side, here, people have asked 10 questions. There's actually 10 questions people have asked, and you have to click to see them. Now, this question, this site, this isn't a client. This is just a local lawyer near me, but you do see this a lot on people's business listings, where this company has actually seeded the questions and answered the questions. So you can quite obviously tell that the company have planted some of these questions that have been asked there. But the problem is, you can't actually see the questions on the profile itself when you first look at the business profile. For example, so this one here, you can actually see one of the questions being displayed. Is this making sense? Yes?
Yes.
And the quick, thank you, Amy. Thank you, teammate. So it's what I'm getting round to is it's very easy to show a question and answer on your profile. And you might want to choose one of your best questions to actually show visually on your profile without actually having to click on see all questions. And the easy way of doing that is the way you get a question to display on your profile is to give a question 3 likes. So if a question gets 3 or more likes, the main one will display on your profile. Did that make sense? So if you want a question to appear, just give it 3 thumbs up, is what I'm basically saying.
Yes. Oh, I really want to ask a question now, because I'm not sure if I'm allowed. If you unliked something, can you swap those around?
So what? So you can play with the I want that question listing.
Like if it was a seasonal question.
I bet it's back to the old classic. You test it and see what happens.
Okay, I wasn't supposed to ask any questions, but I had to.
But unfortunately, it only shows one Q&A. It only shows one question. So try and choose your best one, I guess. But it's dead easy, you know. I know I don't know about you, but I've got more than 3 Google accounts, so I just thumb. So if I go to a client's account and see that none of their questions are appearing, I'll just thumb it 3 times, and then within 30 seconds, that question is then appearing on that person's profile. Brilliant. Anyway, that's enough of sharing those.
That was brilliant. Thank you, Andy. It's nice to.
We got there eventually. Sorry about that. That was a
So
that's just a little tip about getting your Q&A. So
yeah, cool. All right, we got another question. Which are the best ways to optimize for visibility? Does anyone want to take that first? Guy?
Optimize for visibility. So I'm big on links. I still local
Meh.
links. Yeah, meta links. I don't know what else to say. All things being equal, right? Like everybody can do most of the stuff to their profile. Everybody can add images. Everybody can add video testimonials. Everybody can seed Q&As. Everybody can adjust their categories. Everybody can change their business name to include keywords. It's hard to get local links. It's hard to get like really good local links. And again, I don't work at Google. I'm not a search engineer, but I'll tell you, when we get good local links, all of a sudden you start seeing the listings show up in the local pack, just time and again. And so I out of the three big factors, relevance, distance, prominence, not a ton you can do for distance. Although, that's another one too. It's probably underutilized if you have the budget for it, is being very mindful and strategic about where you open office locations. As you're growing your business, like think about where you're going to sign those leases. That's a huge one for the distance thing, but it's, most of our work is in prominence. I mean, most of it is in the stuff that makes the traditional local SEO you'd think about, in my experience. And so if I was going to just cut my rant off, I would say links.
Love it. Links. Thank you.
Sorry, Dee, have you got not three, but just have you got go-to links that are easy for people to get, or a good starting point for people?
Yeah, and so for me, like I don't focus on any of the traditional like link metrics. Like you can forget about domain authority and page authority. You can forget about follow versus no follow. Don't worry about it. Focus on topical and geographic relevance. And so, I always say, like, people are like, well, what's the most relevant site? Well, go look at the sites that rank for a query, because guess what? Google thinks those are the most relevant and popular pages for that query, because that's how they're sorting them. Now, of course, all of your competitors show up there. They're not going to link to you. And so, modified queries, but industry-specific directories, those are a no-brainer, right? So in legal, still getting links from, a lot of them are free listings. If you can publish on a site that is covering your topic, if you can publish on a, even local blogger sites, people will frown upon like this whole concept of guest posting. And believe me, I get the emails too, and I know it's abused. But if you've got like a real blogger in your community who's like covering your local community, really, really powerful. Local news sites, right? So if you create some piece of, you see a lot of these lawyers, they do like these dangerous intersection maps and like other kind of like super hyper local content. Well, the local news picks that stuff up because people care about it. Local schools, if you do speaking engagements at your local high school. And then the other thing I like to tell people is the best local link building tool is Google Maps. Go poll the local businesses around yours in Google Maps and find ways to do sponsorships and content partnerships with local businesses. Your local pizza shop, right? That can be a place where not only is it good from like a ranking standpoint, but it's also good from like people actually go and they buy pizza from these places. And so you might actually get some visibility for your business there too.
Perfect. Thank you. Anything to add there from our other two illustrious panel members?
Definitely not on the link. Definitely not on the link building side of things.
Amy's got a linking whiz. She's got some stuff for us.
I wish. Links are not my forte, but I will say, kind of the obvious one, the elephant in the room: ratings. The number of ratings, the content of ratings, that you're getting ratings at all. Right now, Google has, they are trying to fight spam. So reviews don't always, when somebody posts, it doesn't always get posted. And ones that have been there for a while may now get filtered out. People think, oh, my reviews have been there. No, they get filtered out. Not only that, I keep posting, like tweeting about this. Don't forget that starting in December, if somebody started a Google account just to leave you a review and they haven't touched that account in over 2 years, Google is going in December to start deleting those accounts. And anything that's connected with them, anything from reviews to, just anything. So reviews are really important. not only for them, the big thing is for them showing up, first of all, because like I said, it's been a bit problematic recently. If your reviews are not showing up, you need to report that to go to support. And then if support can't do it, you can go onto the forum, especially if there are reviews that were there. Like I had 30 last night, I woke up this morning with 20. Google can sometimes return those. But reviews are a big deal because I have seen some businesses, some areas where most businesses will have 40, 50, 60 reviews. And then you'll get that one outlier who's been around for a while and has been really good at it and will have 250 reviews. So for almost any search term, they will come up first purely by merit of having that number of reviews and obviously having a, positive rating, I should say. So
fabulous. Thank you. All right, Andy.
Which brings me on to how an easy way of getting clients to leave you reviews, which was my other little tip. And we do this for clients. And unfortunately, it means me sharing my screen again. But this time, so it is the use of QR codes that you can have on your reception desk or back of the shop or on the wall. Leave us a review, scan this QR code. Everybody panics like, oh, we're going to have to pay for that. QR codes are really easy to create. And let me show you, hopefully, share my screen, choose which screen. I want to choose that one, share, come off there. Bitly, can you see that?
Yes.
Can you see so Bitly create QR codes, and you can do this in your free Bitly account. Ooh. Using your Google account, whatever. So you go to QR codes and you can say create new QR code. So what's the destination URL? So you go to Bright Local's fantastic link review generator tool thingy. It will drop in any minute now. Here we go. I use this all the time. So got to use Folly Farm.
Oh, yeah, yay.
So let's say Claire wants to get some more reviews and create a 6 foot by 6 foot QR code that she can stick on the wall. So
on
this is the on a giraffe. You could do a QR code with a pattern of so you can copy the link. So I've copied it 3 times for whatever reason. You can pop it in there. You can say Folly Farm QR. And you can also create a Bitly short link, Folly Farm QR, so you know what it's related to. And then it's worked. Create QR code. And then you have a QR code, which you can download as PNG. So if anybody wants to scan that right now, I'm not going to do it, but that will take you to the Google listing for Folly Farms and open up immediately in the review section. So they can just leave the star in the comment. So I'll just leave that. So that's what we use this for clients all the time. They say, Andy, what's a quick way of getting reviews? And this is, and then you can track how many people have actually used that QR code or that or the link in your Bitly account. So that was a good little segue. Let me stop.
Can I add a proviso in there? Just be careful that when you post that, you're not saying, leave us a review and we will give you, because you just want to make sure that that's not a part of what you do for Google.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so we've looked at visibility. We have looked at that, and now we're going to think about optimizing for conversion. So what are the things that we can do to move that person closer to choosing us as a provider of services? Who wants to go first?
I'll go.
Yes.
It's so people don't think about this one so much. Maybe this could be an underutilized one too, but is the same point that's being made about the reviews. Create graphical representations of reviews as images. So you take a review and turn it into a little graphic and then add it as an image. Do this, encourage people to leave video testimonials. because that's what people care about, right? Amazon trained us to rate everything from lawyers to socks based on reviews and testimonials. And so in more ways that you can find to marshal the evidence of your reputation for great service, great products, that helps conversion a ton. A couple other ones that we think about a lot, especially if you're a service-based business, extend your hours of operation, because I can't tell you how many, if you got customers or clients that aren't shopping for you during your business hours, it's going to show closed. And we see this all the time too with LSAs. Like, people are paying, I guess you're not paying because it's a lead, but even when there's like the ads that come up in the local map pack, you're advertising that you're closed. Don't do that, right? It doesn't make sense. So, really, to me, it's about finding ways to include more reviews in your profiles. I think there's clever ways, even in terms of seeding your Q&A, to be able to motivate people to take action and convert. And in posts, right? You can do all sorts of things like that. This other thing too is that if you have a brand that people are searching on, most of the visibility you're going to get is on brand traffic. So it's really, to me, it's such an overlooked thing to even be thinking about conversion at all, right? So extend those hours. Thinking about things like your category can make a difference. That's a ranking factor too. But from a conversion standpoint, in legal, we see this all the time where if the category doesn't match the query, someone might not even think you do the thing that the service you provide, in which case they're not going to contact you. So be mindful of that from a conversion standpoint too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Great points. Thank you. And the rest of our illustrious panel.
I was going to say, if you've got video reviews or any video format about the company, then you can also put that on your photos. You can upload to the photo section, as long as you keep the length. Doesn't matter. I know we've not said the names yet. Sterling Sky and Darren Shaw from White Spark had. It's not the video size of the file. It's not the length of the file. It's not the length of the video that matters. It's the size of the file. So if you keep your video under 78 megabytes, you can upload a 30. Maybe that might be a bit too long. A 5-10 minute video into your photo section. You can also upload videos in your posts. So again, as Dee was saying, if you look for if you're getting found for brand search and your GBP listing is appearing for your brand, you've already got your videos there, your testimonial videos, your review videos, etc., on your profile. So videos is a big one for me.
Mm-hmm. Amy?
On a very broad scale, filling out your listing completely. Don't have any fields that are empty. If everything from your address, whether it should show or not, phone number, keep all information accurate. If they offer you a field, if all of a sudden out of nowhere they're offering you services, add them. We haven't brought it up yet, but I'll broach the subject. If products are currently offered, use them. Try to use anything that they offer you. Fill it out. And the big thing I also point out to people, besides hours, and I have had people actually tell me what Guy was mentioning about hours, that they got business because they were listed as open at 10 p.m. and no one else was. But I would also mention the appointment link, because in my mind, people reach out in different ways. There's also chat. Some people will prefer to do a chat and see if they get a response. Other people want to just go straight on and set up an appointment. Other people just want to call and just get the information right now. So by having all of your information filled out, complete, and current, I think that helps also, as opposed to, I don't know if you've ever seen them where somebody will have the name of their business, a phone number, and then all it will say, in the US at least, is the town and the state. That doesn't help. Really, sometimes people will be put off by that. So I would say filling out the listing completely, and especially hours, and having that appointment link filled in.
Brilliant. Great points. And It's funny that you mentioned products there, Amy, because it's a segue into our next question. It's almost like we planned it. We've recently seen changes in products and services, and some users have lost access to products. What do marketers need to know about the difference in products and products? And how should we start leveraging services if this is the case, if that makes sense?
Well, I'll go there.
I was going to say, Amy, you go, because I know you've got a bit to say on this.
I've got a lot to say on this. I have always hoped that instead of, for service businesses like attorneys, like I don't know, dog walkers, people who don't have bricks and mortar locations and who don't actually sell, solid items. I have always wished that they could somehow create something similar to products. Who knows if that's ever going to happen, but you never know. But I would like to say that if products are gone, I'd say the two things that really should be optimized are services and posts. Posts because they are more visual, and products, services, because you can then start adding, because right now I don't advise people to fill in the descriptions on services because nobody looks at them, but also because they're not pulled in justifications, whereas the title of a service is. So I think that if we start optimizing those a little bit more, the services a little bit more in lieu of products, it might help. Like I said, I kind of hold out hope, but.
And services are a ranking factor. I think Guy might have mentioned that.
Services are a ranking factor. Not only that, again, I'd like to say that, or what I said earlier, services are a great place to mention for when you provide a service for which there is not a matching category.
For sure. Guy, have you got anything to add on that one? The products versus services versus products versus services?
I think Amy covered it pretty well. And again, I think and this is another theme that has come up a bunch of times, but you come to conferences, you read blog posts, you watch videos, test your own stuff, right? Because there's so many times, even in our experience, I can tell you that there's you do something that's quote unquote best practice and it works over here and the opposite works somewhere else. And so I would just be mindful of that in all of this stuff, but particularly with things like categories, services, test Google business profile posts, because that's a huge one that it's another underutilized one, but you can get so much great feedback about what your audience cares about in terms of clicks on posts, because you can add UTM parameters and isolate those things in Search Console and analytics data. And so you can see oh, these are the types of posts that are really resonating from GBP, and just so much insight in those posts.
For sure. We are going to go to the Q&A from all of our listeners, because people have got a lot of questions for you and we've got 10 minutes. So we're going to go straight into those questions because people want to take the chance to get into your brain. So let's see some of those questions up here. It's a scary place, but also it's an amazing place. Let's think about stock photos. What about the website for the GBP? I'm not sure what that means. Maybe the person is talking about one of the, Google's websites. Can you use stock photos? Does Google care?
Well, you can always use stock images. What you can do versus what you should do, you can add those add stock images. You can do it on your website. You can do it on the Google listing, which then ends up going on to, if you're talking about the free Google website, you can do that. But again, you want to be in control of how your business is portrayed. Also, now that we have the Vision AI tool, we can also see what Google sees in the photos that we post. So you can do it. Like I said, I'm a big advocate for not using stock images for the most part, especially on your Google listing.
Yeah, I'm with Amy on that. I'm empathetic, right? You don't have a budget to have professional photos taken. Just pull out your phone and take some pictures, because It's the authenticity is the problem, right? So who cares about what Google thinks? It's the people that are coming and looking at your profile. And if it's like, people want to know who they're doing business with, especially in the professional services category. But you'd be surprised, even in product businesses, like people want to know the story. Like, why did you start this business? Why are your products better than something else? And like when you add stock images, it just takes away from the whole experience. It just doesn't feel real.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And Harmony mentioned it this morning, I think, in her talk for Local Eat, showing a picture of you doing the job is better than a stupid stock photograph of a pretty lady cleaning her floor or whatever.
We'll forget all of that bit, Andy. We won't think about that. Okay, none of that at all. But yeah, it's people. Got to think about your end user. Do they want to look at a stock image of a bunch of lawyers sort of going like this over the desks? No, they don't. They want to see real people. And Harmony brought that up, and lots of people bring that up. Think of ourselves as the users. What do we want to see? Let's have, we got a question from Mark. Video content ideas, or I feel this, it's hard to get clients to put forth the effort. I'd love a technique to put together video content without too much work on the client side. Any ideas for easy ways to make video for clients?
I've got a dead easy one, which I talked about just a few weeks ago, making short videos of still images. So you've got a nice high quality stock image, not a stock image. And you can create like a slow zoom example. You can just use, so you can use a flat photograph and add a bit of a zoom or a pan or upload that 7-10 seconds just to make, again, it catches the user eye. They might see some movement in the photographs. We know that videos are auto played when people look at the GBP profiles on mobile. So very easy. No voiceover. You can add music if you want, but so.
Here's another one is just read your written testimonials yourself on a video, right? I just wanted to say thank you so much for this testimonial. Read the testimonial. They're kind of like Jimmy Kimmel reads his tweets and stuff. You can do that. You can have clients or customers that have left testimonials in other places. You can read those on video. You can do, I think Andy's got a great point too. You can use, like, I love Descript. You can do Descript will do voiceover, and you can add stuff to it with images and stuff, but turn those written testimonials into video. I think beyond just the client stuff, quick videos that talk about like why you started your business, who you help, how you help, why you're uniquely qualified to help, telling stories that demonstrate your experience and expertise, like great opportunity for video content. Just, the same thing you'd be doing for like a YouTube short, just make sure you're uploading those to your Google business profile too.
Yeah, I love that. It's like what Azeem was touching on as well, is just making these little bite-sized pieces that can be repurposed across the channels. Sorry, Andy.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, I've uploaded some videos to businesses, and the amount of views that they get compared to the photographs, it's night and day. You know what I mean? They get thousands as opposed to just a few hundred. The videos are seen to get more exposure. So
yeah. So for sure, get at least one out there and see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's have the next question. We've got 5 minutes left. Kerry Ann asks, Google seems very sensitive with changing profile details and then requiring new verification. Yes, Amy. Is there a way to avoid setting off that flag? We'll go to you, Amy.
Yes. I'll just leave it there. Yeah.
Brilliant. So next question. No, not really. Amy, what's the answer?
The answer is do not change too many elements at one time, and do your legwork first. Make sure that you have, first of all, before you do anything, make sure that your paperwork matches the new information you're putting out. If you're changing your business name, do not do it until you have paperwork that matches. Same thing with your address. Then once you have that, then you start updating all your information online. You go to your directories, socials, your website. You want all the information that you're about to put into your Google listing seen elsewhere, and leave it for a couple days, right? So that it gets distributed out. Because the reason for this is because when you put this information in there, and I have spoken to, like, posted to tons of businesses, and nobody ever comes back. Once I say this, they ever come back because it works. Is that Google looks to verify your information. So if you put all the paperwork out there and you do all this information, you make sure that there's no question. It's almost like I'm putting it on Google just because I have it everywhere else. Once you do that, there's a really strong possibility, depending on what you're trying to do, that Google will accept it and verify it without having you do much more. That's obviously it's inconsistent, but I found that has really, really worked really well this year.
I love that. It's just people forget that, and that is just such a top tip. Thank you very, very much. Has anyone else got anything to add on that one, or should we go to the next one?
No, for me, I just listen to what Amy says on things like that. Get your basically get all your ducks in a row. Get all your ducks in a row. Get your paperwork. If you know you're changing your business name, just make sure that you got your paperwork. The quicker you've got that ready, the quicker Google can turn it around and get you back live and verified again.
Don't change anything if you don't, unless you have to. That's my mantra.
Yeah, totally. And don't do it in your busy season. It's
No,
like,
never.
yeah, I need to change this. No. When does it get quiet? We'll sort it out then, while we lose the listing and then have to re-verify it. Okay, let's have another question. When you say a graphical representation of reviews, where is the best place to put those images to Guy? Because that was your suggestion, I think.
Yeah, you can just add them as photos, and you can use them as in posts, right? Those are the two places that you can add images, and so that's where I would add them.
Yeah, for sure. Brilliant. Another question. I think we've got a minute or two. This, I think, will be the last one. Diana asks, what types of GBP posts have you found to resonate the most or to be the most impactful? Let me know. Who's going to answer this?
I'll go. You can do, I think, discounts, right? So if you offer a discount or some kind of special offer, those are really good in posts. Highlighting testimonials and reviews in posts. I think people want to see that stuff. We encourage people to highlight the good works they do in their community. So if you are participate in supporting charities or your causes that you're passionate about, those do really well in posts. But again, I think it's a type of thing where you're like, all right, if you were going to go shop for a business or a professional service provider, what would you want to see them talking about there? And so again, it's the reviews stuff. It's other people singing your praises, the good works you do. Can I get a deal? Like, if I get a deal by coming to clicking through the post? And the more that you can motivate people to engage and click, the better, I think. And so, give them some kind of incentive to click into the post.
Can I just add one thing? Really
quickly.
We often, when you have a service area business or you just provide services, it's often helpful to talk about that specific service and link to the page, but use this phrase in there, location, and then whatever the service is that you're talking about. Because again, those get picked up in justifications. Like New York, I don't know, painting contractor, looking for a New York painting contractor, talk about your services, link to that page. But Google, but again, that's someplace that Google picks up justifications for.
Sterling Sky say use emojis in your subject line, in your headline. Use an emoji.
Yeah, until everyone does it. Yeah. That is absolutely fantastic. There were so many gems in there, but they just need to be unpicked. So I just want to say a huge thank you to the four of you for being our first panel today, and an absolutely lovely panel to host. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claire. It's been a pleasure. And
thank you, Claire.
Thank you. Great work.
Bye. Yeah. Thank you. Bye. Phew. Wow. There was lots in there. It is time for us to take our long break. So thank you everyone also that's there, listening, watching, asking questions. It is brilliant, having so much fun, so much chatter, so much money being raised. So we've got a 1 hour break to eat, drink, be merry, catch up on your notifications and your work, and we will see you again in 1 hour. See you soon. Hello. Welcome back to Local SEO for Good. I hope you had a good break. I hope you managed to get something to eat, something to drink, and I hope you are ready for some more amazing presentations today and the second part of today. So I am now joined by Navah Hopkins, who is an optimizer evangelist. She is a veteran of the digital marketing industry, a PPC expert, a frequent contributor to Search Engine Journal, and a founding member of the Paid Search Association. So let's say hello and welcome.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. And on behalf of Go Dogs Go, which is rescue I got 2 of my dogs from, thank you so much for putting on this initiative. And to everyone joining today, thank you so much for investing the time to learn and to support all the charities we're raising money for today.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much for being here. And will your dogs make an appearance today? Or are they?
I did the entire deck themed in my puppies.
Okay,
Now,
well,
I can't
fine.
promise
As
alive.
Yeah.
I don't think you want to see them live, but
yeah, okay. Well, I need dogs, so I'm really even more excited if that's possible. I'm all about the dogs. So I am excited to hear your talk on, now this is something that I need in my life, so honestly, taking lots of notes here, local PPC, local service ads versus traditional PPC. Now, remember everyone, if you've got a question, pop it in the chat, because we will have time for a few questions after. So over to you.
Perfect. Well, as was mentioned, my name is Navah Hopkins. I am the evangelist at Optimizer. I also do quite a bit of work with the Paid Search Association, Foxwell Founders. All this is to say, I have the pleasure and delight of working with lots of different businesses, but the local service ads and local in general has always had a near and dear place in my heart, because it's a fantastic tool if you're an SMB that maybe doesn't have a big budget, but it's also a really powerful tool to harness all of the amazing SEO learnings into PPC campaigns. So what we're going to talk about today is very simply what path makes the most sense. Now, I'm going to put a bit of a spoiler here. LSA is likely going to make sense 99.9% of the time as the primary if it applies. But there are use cases where you may want to go more traditional. And as you can see, this deck is entirely puppy themed. You see HK, Momo, and Freya there. HK is, and Momo came from Go Dogs Go. Freya came from Critter Cavalry. All are amazing organizations. Let's see what, there we go. Okay. So one of the reasons why I wanted to do this is that PPC can be expensive, and a big reason why it's a struggle is that you have to be able to fit enough clicks in your day in order to get enough leads that can turn into sales. And if you're paying for every single click as opposed to a lead, it can become very expensive, especially if you're not quite sure who your right people are from a targeting standpoint. It can be very complicated. So we're going to talk about local service ads as well as Microsoft's professional service ads. We'll talk a little bit about traditional, and then we'll talk about which you should pick. So local service ads fundamentals and just how to think about them, setting them up. There are effectively 2 versions of local service ads. There's Google Screened and Google Guaranteed. Google Screened is going to be more white collar labor. Think lawyers, accountants, real estate agents, anything where the person isn't actually coming into your home and doing work. They are instead providing you a high-level service that's just very localized. You are going to pay just in both for those recorded phone calls as well as messages. And they do rank above your text ads and organic. And they are going to be significantly cheaper on the lead standpoint than a traditional paid search campaign. And the reason for that is that, again, you're not paying for every single click. You're instead paying per lead. Now, with Google Guaranteed, it's a little bit different. Google Guaranteed, Google will actually guarantee a certain amount of insurance and service if something goes wrong. So what that means is that background checks are far more prevalent if you are say a plumber or a locksmith or a maid. Every single customer-facing person is going to have to go through the background checks. Whereas with Google Screened, You only are going to need to do that if you are the owner. And they've actually been reducing the requirements on background checks. Now, the other thing that's very important to note around Google Screened versus Google Guaranteed, the reviews that you see from, and this applies to both, will come from your Google business profile, as well as coming from a link that you'll create during setup. So one of the things that people will often ask is, should I do the reviews through my Google Guaranteed or Google Screened, or should I do them through my normal Google business profile? The answer is get both. Just know that if you ever stop advertising with your local service ads, the reviews that you got from those will disappear from your Google business profile. However, anything that you got through your Google business profile will stay, and it will actually enhance your local service ad. So here's another just little mechanic. It is absolutely possible to mix a Google local service ads profile or account and traditional Google Ads account. Here's the issue. Sometimes when you mix them, performance goes into flux. And here you go. There was that promise, the dog's making the appearance. HK has feelings about mixing them. It's not ideal. You don't do it. HK doesn't improve. And the reason why, again, it can be an issue is because once you have that local service ads mixed with your traditional, if the profile doesn't quite work or it stops serving, it can cause a more of a glitch. So you typically want to have them separated. So because each email account can only have 20 local service ads profiles, and you may want to actually have a profile per major location that you have, which is good. You are going to want to make sure that you, from the onset, think about, am I setting up with an MCC to have a whole bucket of accounts, or am I going to just do a standalone? If you have more than one service area, odds are you will likely want an MCC, just so that you can group all of those profiles together. If you really only have truly one major service area that can be covered by at most 3 to 5 locations, feel free to just do the one. So a couple of mechanics of what all accounts are going to need. First, you're going to need proof of insurance. This is uploaded into the profile, and you cannot go live until you provide that insurance. Next, you're going to need to make sure that you provide your professional license. Now, there's a weird mechanic with the licenses. It will actually ask for an expiration date, but not all licenses actually expire. Think lawyers. So with that, just feel free to put it, say 10 years in advance, just put it way ahead. That way you are not going to run afoul of it. The other piece is your headshot. So you want to make sure that your headshot covers the elbow, like that you actually hit the elbow. And the reason for that is that for whatever reason, Google will sometimes see just from the chin up as disapproval territory, like that you're doing something not quite right. Having that full down to the elbow gives it a little bit more proof. You will need the date of office move-in. That's for the background check. You'll need a form of payment. And you'll also need your company logo. All of these things can be done at whatever pace you need to do. Just know that it can take a little bit of time for accounts to ramp up. Make sure that you're baking in 2 to 4 weeks from account setup to the expectation of calls and leads coming in. Now, sometimes it's much faster, but you are going to want to make sure that you bake in those 2 to 4 weeks. One other very common issue that happens, the settings that when you're building your profile will sometimes show that it's green, but actually there's a disapproval, or actually something's gone expired. So if your ads aren't serving, you'll want to make sure that you actually go in and check each of these just to be sure that they are in fact correct, they are in fact still serving. Now, there are 3 core ranking factors, and this is going to strongly influence whether or not your local service ad succeeds or fails. The very first is proximity, and this is proximity to the user, and it fluctuates based off of where the user is. So for example, I am in Rhode Island. It is totally reasonable for me to drive 5 minutes down the road to engage with the service. It's less so for me to drive an hour out of the way. However, my brother-in-law and sister-in-law in Texas, an hour, 2 hours even for service is not that unreasonable. So you want to make sure that you're within proximity for the service, but also in relation to where you are. So for example, in New York, a 5-minute drive might actually be too far. You want to be able to walk to the place. So just keep that in mind, as well as how well you do your exclusions for locations and targeting. The next is reviews. So when it comes to reviews, 3.0 is the minimum, but 3.5 is really where you need to be in order to serve well. With reviews, it's a combination of amount of reviews as well as your rating. I typically find the sweet spot for reviews is somewhere between a 4 and a 4.5. And so long as you have at least 100 reviews, you should be good to go. If you are struggling to get those reviews, and this is absolutely something that we can talk about in the Q&A, you want to make sure that you're baking in processes to facilitate those reviews. And if you're stuck, we can absolutely brainstorm. The final piece is your bid. So you have two options when it comes to your bids. Whether or not you go with manual bidding, where you actually set a fairly aggressive bid, a fairly aggressive budget, or whether you kind of let the system drive it. Now, the reason why I set a fairly aggressive one, local service ads has a really weird mechanic where if you wanted to spend $5,000, you set it for $30,000 or $40,000 that it's going to spend, and I can't tell you why it is that way, but you typically want to put it as far above just to give Google enough fuel to understand what's happening. For the bids, if you are struggling, set manual bids per service as opposed to just a catch-all bid. But otherwise, the automated bidding is perfectly fine. Now, the next piece to this is disputing and archiving. So there are 3 things you can do with a local service ads lead. The first is that it's booked, it was great, it was a great customer, amazing. If you dispute, you actually will get money back for the charged call. And a good use case for disputing is the person is just not a good fit to be a customer, but also could be someone trying to sell you something, an affiliate, whatever the case might be, that you want to dispute. If the person could have been a good customer but just didn't become a customer, that's when you want to archive it and show that this was close but not quite. So as you are introducing more disputing and archiving, you will see an improvement in the quality of leads and then also the volume. If you dispute too much, that can hurt. So if you're unsure, err on the side of archiving. But definitely, if you know that it's wrong, get that money back and dispute. So just want to share an example, bit of data of how local service ads helped one customer. This was for real estate, and this was between the periods of March and June. So this particular customer spent about $3,000 on local service ads during that period and achieved $30,000 in commissions. They also got a deal through another structure where, they could have made $60,000, but they ended up giving up the majority of it. So the ROAS ended up being 10x compared to 1.6. So it was kind of a no-brainer. Let's lean into local service ads. But, and this is important, the performance fluctuated. And part of the reason the performance fluctuated is that the market got congested. So there's kind of an unofficial number of accounts or a number of businesses that can reasonably inhabit an area. The unofficial number is 35. You will see some people or some markets where there's a ton of locations. You'll see some markets where it's completely uncontested. If you are struggling to gain traction, consider adjusting your locations and going after different zip codes, different cities, adjacent locations, just to ramp up your profile. And again, making sure that you're not including more than 3 major locations. The next was also disputing and archiving, and that helped quite a bit. And then finally, adjusting the bids and budgets. So this was kind of really exciting to me that Microsoft launched their own version of local service ads and professional service ads. And the reason it was so exciting to me is that local service ads, at the end of the day, doesn't have a lot of levers of control. So we talked quite a bit about all the levers of control. Everything we talked about is the long and short of managing local service ads. Microsoft, however, actually gives you the same levers of control of traditional search. And they look and feel pretty much exactly the same as a local service ad. The major difference, and these slides are going to be shared, so I'm not going to go over all of the differences in depth, is that you are able to do what's it called? Professional service ads without the background checks. So if the background check has historically been a blocker for you that you just haven't been able to get your team on board, it absolutely is something to consider. Also, professional service ads function off of a feed, and Microsoft is currently actively looking to get folks involved so that they're more than happy to help with feed optimization. Feeds can be as simple, just much like with shopping, as an XML or a CSV file, but definitely consider that. While they currently do not offer pay per lead pricing, it's still cost per click. Having the levers of control of traditional search makes it a meaningful discussion. So we're now going to switch to traditional, and I specifically framed it from the standpoint of small budgets because I felt like that would be the most useful. However, there are different considerations. So in the Q&A, if you have maybe a larger budget and you're torn, we're happy to dive into it there. So every click is going to count when you have a small budget, and the levers at your disposal are going to be a little bit different. You'll have your account structure, you'll have your audiences and your keywords, and you'll have your bidding and your budget. All three of these could be one giant presentation each, so we're not going to go into them in depth, but it is important to note that if you choose to go down this traditional path, you have to account for all of them, and you have to be willing to invest the time to do all of them. The other piece to this is how much you layer in Performance Max versus traditional. One of the things I'll actually point out is that Performance Max does much better when it's partnered with traditional campaigns. So when we're thinking about local PPC, you are going to want to make sure that you have a Performance Max campaign baked in, because that's going to be helping cover your local search ads and your local ads. So if you do go down that traditional path, you definitely want to make sure that you have it. Performance Max has some great auto-generated video and image content, but if you can't use that, be empowered to upload your own. Ad creative does require a little bit more work here. We have to actually come up with our texts. And you are going to need to make sure that your conversion tracking is set. So unlike local service ads and professional service ads, where kind of it's all baked into the system, here you actually do need to make sure that you have your conversion tracking set. You've marked your primary and your secondary conversion, so on and so forth. So we're going to now finish up with which should you pick? And I kind of rushed that last little section because I know we're coming close to time. But if there are any questions, happy to dive in. So the first is, will you be able to respond to leads quickly? If you're not going to be able to respond to your leads within 30 to 90 seconds, odds are you probably should do traditional, because when it comes to local service ads, people are picking up the phone, they're expecting to get in touch right away. If you kind of waste the call coming in and Google sees that you're not responding, you're going to lose your spots in the ranking. So you want to make sure that you're responding to leads quickly, and that includes messages. So being honest about when you can receive calls. The next is, can you budget for your click to conversion ratio? So as a general rule, you want to make sure that you can fit with traditional search 10 clicks in your day, because 10 clicks to one conversion is a 10% conversion rate, and that's actually very good. So if you can't fit at least 10, that means you're banking on a better than 10% conversion rate. So you just want to kind of make sure that the numbers work in your favor. Is that local service ads market saturated? In this particular case, I have Freya, Momo, and HK all running around, and that is kind of what it's like when you're in an oversaturated market. You're scrambling, trying to get any little piece of it. So if you can be a first mover in the market, the ship has sailed for most markets in that case. But that's why I bring up also the Microsoft professional service ads, because this is the time to secure that first person mover advantage there. But yeah, you want to take a look at, can I adjust my zip codes? Can I adjust my cities to avoid those highly saturated markets? And do you have the reviews for local service ads and professional service ads? Can you make those puppy dog eyes at your customers and your prospects? So please, please, please give me your reviews. Because at the end of the day, what Google wants to do with local service ads is connect end customers to amazing partners and vendors so that they're able to have an amazing experience. And one of the best ways that it can see that is through reviews and seeing that you provide such amazing service that people couldn't help but give you that great score. So just make sure that you have the reviews if you're going to go down the local service ads route. If you don't have them, don't worry about it. Make that a goal for 2024 and stick with traditional. And with that, I thank you so much for investing the time. HK, Momo, and Freya all say thank you. And if you would like to put any questions in, I'm happy to address, and we will go from there.
Thank you so much. That was brilliant. Paid isn't my thing, so I learned loads and loads and loads of things there, and the chat's got lots of questions. Thank you for sharing your dogs with us.
Of course.
They look a bit naughty, but also very, very cute.
They're my brat brigade. And I have to say, HK has been, I've had HK now going on 5 years. Freya was I got Freya when the pandemic happened. It was either going to Italy to do Ad World or get Freya, and I got Freya.
Dogs.
Yeah, dogs. And then Momo, speaking of the amazing work that Go Dogs Go does, Momo was actually in a kill shelter. She was going to get put down. And we're just like, no, we'll take her. Just bring her up. So
yeah, all the dogs, send them to your house. That's what we need to do. We have got some questions for you. Are you ready?
Yes.
Good. So we have a question for you. How do you make LSA work on a smaller budget for highly competitive categories such as AC repairs in Florida?
I feel your pain there. So a couple of things. One is, for Florida in particular, you may, where I normally don't suggest using zip codes as targets, you may actually want to pick zip codes, because the subtlety of being able to rank for, say, Boca Raton versus Boynton Beach, even though they're technically the same proximity, you may have an easier time there. And to be fair, I lived in Florida, so I very much understand how competitive that is AC in Florida. The other thing to consider is, if you go for AC, there's AC repair. There's also kind of this other category in general. You may decide that you want to, if you have a smaller budget, start with general, get the data to come through, and then optimize from there. It is true that if you turn on general, you can't dispute, but you still can archive and still can teach the system that it wasn't quite right. But if you can't kind of stomach that waste, because it is technically waste, look at the zip codes that you're going after, or the cities that you're going after. Make sure that from a proximity standpoint, you are close to where people would be making the call. So if you know that you're in, say, an area that people are calling on behalf of their parents in a retirement area, you may actually want to be closer to where the kids are as opposed to the people getting serviced. So that's another strategy to take advantage of the competitive markets.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Let's have our next question. Can you elaborate on the increased manual bids?
Yes.
What sort of increase makes an impact?
Yes. So by default, Google is going to put these ridiculously low numbers when you switch to manual. So, for example, if I'm working on a house cleaning client, it might have things like $15 a lead, $20 a lead. I might put it at 60 for kind of full in-house residential cleaning, and then I might put $20 for general. And the reason why you put because all local service ads is going to have kind of a general category and then the specific one. For the specific one, you want to go higher to get Google to understand that you want that more specific service. For the general, you can put it cheaper, but you still want to put it relatively high. Google put out a $1,000 max cost per click that a lot of, we'll call them cheeky folks, decided to put that bid, not ever intending to spend it, but just to price out everyone else. So this is not to say that you need to spend $1,000 per lead, but you may need to put a slightly more aggressive bid in than you actually intend to spend. Keep an eagle eye on it. But typically when you put that higher budget and higher bid, it'll spend maybe a third of that. So that's typically how I look at it. Is think of it just as a currency exchange rate of a currency that is weaker than the one you're in.
Oh, that sounds really scary. What's the next question, please? Do you know, can you export LSA reporting data into GA4 or
So
Data Studio?
Yeah, this is where third-party tools are amazing. So due to the fact that the API for local service ads is, I'm going to just throw it out there. It's terrible. I think there's nothing in it. It's really bad.
Wow.
Traditional integrations are not going to work. So what I typically will do when I need to do more in-depth reporting is I will make sure that I have a call tracking solution set up as I'm building my local service ads profile. And then I'll take the tracking from my call tracking solution and sync that into GA4. And sync that into Data Studio or Looker Studio. And then again, the reason I do it that way is because I know that the API is terrible and it just is not going to function well, but also even the local service ads reporting doesn't show in traditional Google Ads interface. Like you can have the IDs together, but the reporting isn't going to be the same. So it typically is better just to have your, whether it's call tracking metrics, whether it's CallRail, whether it's Marchex, pick a call tracking solution, have that number there, and then you can do the reporting off of that because those integrations absolutely do sync into GA4.
Okay, brilliant. Absolutely top tip. Thank you. What do we have next? Oh, okay. What are some top ranking factors for LSAs?
That tells me I did a terrible job because I had a whole slide on it.
But it could have come. But it could have come out before. It could have been a question before.
The top ranking factors, just to reiterate, proximity to the person making the call in the business. So it's that your Google Business Profile is actually close to the user making the call. The second is your reviews. How good are they? How many are they? And then finally, your bids and budget. Are you bidding appropriately for the market?
Brilliant. Thank you very much. What have we got next? Well, in regard to reviews, is there a general number that you recommend that you get before starting LSA, or is it relative to your competitors in your targeted areas?
So I hate giving the "it depends" answer, but it truly does depend on the industry and how viable it is for you to have X number of reviews. So for example, if you're in a small little town in rural pick a country, you're likely not going to have as many reviews as a major urban market. So you're not going to get an apples to apples comparison. The most important bit is that you have at least that 3.0, because otherwise you can't run at all, average. And then also that you have, I throw out the number of 100 reviews, but honestly, so long as you have at least 50, it should be okay. Where you will see yourself struggle though is if you have too few reviews, and say your actual review score is very high, you might actually see yourself perform worse than a competitor who has a lower score but more reviews. So that's why part of the building the local service ads process is actually creating that link to get reviews. If you're really struggling, consider getting that. But definitely you want to make sure that you have enough reviews that an average person would feel comfortable engaging, and so Google will feel good sharing that.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. So Scott asks what he should do. They have multiple offices, but the oldest or primary office gets almost all the leads, even if the
That
other
makes a
profiles are closer to where the leads come from. Is there a best practice for multi-office setup?
Yes. So you are going to want to make sure that from a targeting standpoint, you are only targeting locations for around the office that you intend the leads to go to. So for example, that main office that's getting all of the leads, that should be its own local service ads profile. You don't have another local service ads profile targeting just the other office or however many offices. And that's where that point about how many locations you have comes in. If you have less than 20, you likely can get away with just having a login per. But if you are going to have more than 20, or even if you just want to not have to log into multiple emails, you likely will want to create an MCC and then have the individual local service ads per location. And again, you want to think about those profiles as campaigns. If you're asking a campaign to support more than one location, it's going to give the budget to the location that has the data, not the location you want it to go. So that your champion will continue to be your champion and your starving child will continue to be your starving child. So you want to make sure that you separate them, give them their appropriate budget. And it's honestly not that hard once you have cleared the first local service ads account setup to get more done. It's usually that first one that takes the longest to get ramped up, get set up. Once Google has seen that, okay, this location seems, or this business seems to respond well to its customers, it tends to be a little bit faster.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there a way to tell if SMBs are doing LSAs rather than just typing in keywords and locations? I know in SEM or SEMrush, we can see if ads are being run and can get ad copy, etc.
So my favorite tip, and this goes for everything, is to actually use the ad preview diagnosis tool in Google. And that will let you see whatever the search result page looks like for everything. It's absolutely free. And while it's not going to be perfect, it is going to give you that sense. The best way to know if a business is running local service ads is to see, do you see them in the search result page, but then also how quickly does your profile ramp up?
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much.
There's one more I want to make.
Okay.
There is no copy when it comes to local service ads. It's your picture, it's your reviews, your phone number. So that's another big distinction between traditional and local service ads. You're not going to be diving into any competitor content there. It's just a question of whether they're running them or not.
Cool. And you're not having to write lots of unique ad copy because it just comes down to your image and your bid and your reviews. Brilliant. Thank you very much. What have we got next? If you run LSA and traditional ads, don't you run the risk of them competing? And how could we address that?
So here's the beautiful, beautiful thing. Local service ads serves above your traditional text ad. You're not paying for the user seeing them. You pay when the user engages. So it's just a question of how did you achieve the customer? And studies have shown that repeat signs of a brand actually increases trust. So having that additional support saying like, hey, there they are, is only a good thing. If you are concerned about your traditional campaigns losing out on calls, or if it's kind of a siloed department and you have to kind of protect your credit, what you could do is look at running a local service ads campaign just for one part of your business, and then run traditional and then see for another part and see how they do. But I don't really see them as competing. I see them as augmenting and helping each other.
Yeah, definitely. I love that. Thank you very much. I think we've got time for one or two. Let's have a look. We've got 3 minutes. Let's see what we've got.
Rapid fire.
Lots of questions and chat about disputes, I think, in the chat. So when a dispute is denied and you call support to redispute, the service reps do not get the nuances to advocate the dispute. Any suggestions?
Okay. Disclaimer. I love and appreciate all of the amazing things Google tries to do for us as advertisers. This is probably one of the areas where they are the weakest in support, not due to the fault of anyone at Google themselves. It's just they do not have their own internal processes always to straighten out on local service ads because it's so separated from everything else that they're doing. So if you are having trouble with a dispute and they're just not getting it, they're not getting it, what I would suggest is go through the redispute process again automatically. And then if it's truly you've in your heart of hearts know it should be disputed, like it's definitely not correct, you can bubble it up to general Google support and have them tie it back, because typically what'll happen is from an ad spend standpoint, especially if you have an ad account on traditional, they don't want to lose you as a customer for traditional. So I find that the support on traditional Google ads can be a little bit better. The other thing to consider is if you have that over 20 accounts as local service ads, you qualify for what they call premier support. So that could be a help too, is just lumping in, because I see that you're Bullseye Internet Marketing, so presumably you have more than one client, so kind of using the premier support.
Perfect. And we got time for just one more. Okay, Jack, for dental offices with 4 providers, can the main dentist have the background check, or do all the providers need the background checks?
It depends on how many you are going to be including in your local service ads. So medical professions are going to be on the line between blue and white collar and how they're viewed. I would err on the side of put everyone through the background check if you're unsure. But if it is Google screened, you do not, only one person has to do it. If it is Google guaranteed, everyone that is customer facing has to.
Okay. Brilliant. We are going to have to say goodbye to you now, sadly. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you guys so much for enabling all these amazing charities, and lots of love from HK, Momo, and Freya, and the team at Optimizer.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much.
Bye.
See you again. Bye. Oh, that was fabulous. Learned so much there. So before we move on to our next esteemed speaker, we have got a little word about our sponsor, Wix Studio. So about Wix Studio. Wix Studio is a flexible end-to-end web creation platform built exclusively for agencies and freelancers to deliver exceptional creations in a hyper-efficient way. So with cutting-edge SEO tech, next-gen design capabilities, custom dev opportunities, and multi-project workspaces, agencies and freelancers can deliver their best creations in a way that makes business sense. And you can learn more about Wix Studio at wix.com/studio. So a big thanks to Wix for being such a key sponsor for today. So it is time. It is time for our next speaker. So now we have someone very, very special. Well, everyone here is special, obviously, but someone that I love hearing her speak. I always learn so much. We have got Dayna DiTomaso from Kickpoint. So Dayna has 20 plus years of experience, starting when she was just 10 years old, clearly, in digital marketing and teaching. and she is an international keynote speaker, and she is a CBC Edmonton technology columnist. And we're going to say hello to Dayna now. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming along. It is a pleasure to see you. And your plant behind you as well,
my plant
waving.
Situation, yes.
I like your plant situation is good. I am excited to hear this. I know everyone's excited to hear your talk. You are going to be telling us all about GA4. We're stuck with it now. Boo.
Yeah, we sure are.
There's no going back, sadly. You can't roll back the clock. So remember to ask your questions for Dayna in the live chat, and Dayna will be taking it from here.
Thank you so much. Yeah, when Jenny at Bright Local said, "What do you want to name the talk?" I was like, "This is how people feel about GA4, so this is what I'm going to call it." First, though, before I get into the talk, I just want to take a moment and talk about the charity that I'm supporting today, Rainbow Railroad. If you're unfamiliar with them, I mean, myself, I'm fortunate to live in Canada where I can live my life safely and openly, but not everywhere in the world is like that. And Rainbow Railroad helps people around the world who are facing persecution based on their sexual orientation or gender identity. They've helped almost 10,000 LGBTQI people so far. And your donation will go towards helping get people out of dangerous situations or other financial supports. So also, if you live in Canada or the US, you can also sponsor a newcomer individually. You don't have to, you can help them through the process. So I really recommend looking into that if you are in Canada or the United States. All right, now on with the show. So how's everybody doing with GA4? I'm sure you're all very stoked about it as we get into our first months of reporting. I think the thing that bothered me the most about the GA4 transition was how long the UA accounts kept collecting data. I could have enjoyed my long weekend and not worried about the UA sunset date if it was just going to keep collecting data all through August. But seriously, let's check the internet and see how things are going. So this person is having a great time with GA4. Here's one glowing review. I captured this from the GA4 community on Facebook just the other day. It's too good to not include in my talk. I think the biggest thing with GA4 is that it is focused on data collection first, reporting second. And that makes sense for analysts, who is really the primary audience for GA4. But if you're coming at it from UA and you're used to all the features and whatnot that UA had, it's difficult. It's confusing. It's a lot, especially for smaller businesses. And if we're thinking about local SEO, it's a lot of smaller businesses. And that's why people are really getting stuck. And I don't want to come across as a GA4 apologist. GA4 has issues. Absolutely. No question. So in this talk, I'm not going to be like, yay, GA4 is the best. There's critical parts of GA4 that are broken. There's bugs. It takes forever for attribution to sort itself out. All these things are not great at all. But as the title says, we're stuck with it now. So what are we going to do? First thing to keep in mind, and just accept this statement into your heart. UA data and GA4 data is not going to match. If it matches, it's an accident. So just let it go. It's not going to match. They're measuring different things in completely different ways. Just please stop trying to compare the two. You can't. You could look at traffic over time and know there's going to be a bit of a wobble as things move from UA to GA4, but you really cannot try to match the two. Something else I think that said a lot about GA4, but isn't well connected to what this means for the day-to-day life of a marketer, is how GA4 uses events to track everything. Why is this important? So the thing is with event tracking is that you can there's lots of events baked right into GA4. 90% scroll depth, file downloads, site searches, etc. All stuff you could not get in Universal Analytics unless you put in a whole bunch of work. But on top of that, you can really broaden your perspective on the kind of data that you're capturing. But I mean, this nerd stuff is nice, but what can events actually do for you? So I have a real practical example from a client. One of our clients was suspicious that the traffic they were getting from their paid agency was pretty crap. And we didn't need to do anything special at all to prove that that was true. The traffic was crap. All we did was look at the composition of visitors, all visitors to their website, and compare it to the composition of events just for the visitors coming from this paid channel. So the outside donut is all visitors on their website and their event composition. The inner pie is just the suspicious paid traffic. And there's a pretty obvious issue here. You can see that the paid traffic, there's like 1, maybe 2 scroll events in there for the paid traffic. And of course, 21% of all visitors actually had a scroll event. And so that to me says that these people are clearly bots and not real human beings at all. I think like one human might have ended up on the paid campaign by accident, but it was just a bot festival. And we didn't do anything special. This is just by looking at event composition. So built in, you already have a lot of information in GA4. And then on top of events themselves, just the existence of events, events can have parameters, which if you recall in Universal Analytics, we had that category action label hierarchy. It could record some stuff, but it really got stuck if you're recording lots of things. So here's another real example from one of our clients. In this case, they have a form on their website, and when the form is submitted, we record a form submit event, as you should, but we also capture what's entered into some of the fields. We have form office for their office location. We have reason for what they select from the reason dropdown. And then we have turnover. For those of you not in the UK, that's the gross profit of a company, or not gross revenue of a company per year. And so all those things we're capturing in the form as well. And then we can create a report. This is in Looker Studio. Later, we can talk about why did they rename Google Data Studio to Looker Studio, worst name ever. Anyway, but this is what the report looks like in Looker Studio. And then you can click on any one of these individual values. For example, I've clicked on 1 million pounds to 3 million pounds, and then I can filter the rest of the data. This kind of thing was not really possible in Universal Analytics. You could do it, but with a lot of work. And if I wanted to capture more than just category action label, more than 3 classes of data, you really could not do it easily. In GA4, you can have up to 50 parameters per event. There's so much more data that you can capture. And you don't have to just make up your own events as well when you're thinking about parameters. You can take existing events, for example, like a page view, and then you can add things onto it. So this is a real nerd slide. And again, like the slides will be available afterwards, but this is the raw data that we capture whenever you visit a resource post on our kpplaybook.com website. The items outlined in black are the things that just get captured with every page view event. That's all the built-in stuff. Everything in red is the extra stuff that we're capturing. So I'm going to walk you through the extra things that we're capturing really quickly. This first section here looks at how the person got to the page. Was it via navigate, which is a link click, reload, which means that they've been hoarding it in their browser? Did they use the back or forward buttons? Were they redirected to get here, which is really useful for SEO audits to know how many redirects it was before someone landed on a page. How many tabs of our website does this person have open? In the screenshot that they have 3. It was me. I had 3 open. And then you can see the tab ID for the current tab, and then the tab type, existing or new. So this really helps you tell, how are people getting to the page? And also, if you see someone who has lots of tabs open, something like a path analysis is going to be really difficult because they could be flipping between different tabs and not clicking on links to get from A to B, for example. So if you want to learn more about how to implement this on your website, here's the post with the link on how to do just that. And I walk you through how to do this. And there's a Google Tag Manager container in there that explains exactly how to set this stuff up. So I recommend checking that out if you want to capture these kinds of things on your own website. The next thing that you can look at as well is this is information about the page itself. The description is the first 100 characters in the meta description because we can only capture 100. So if we're playing around with meta descriptions, we want to see, what was the meta description that resulted in, say, the most conversions or the most traffic from organic or whatever that might be. Then we also have the page purpose. So what is the major function this page is accomplishing for us? This is a field we've added custom into our WordPress websites that will output what the purpose is. So we can choose if it's consumption, navigation, is it a purchase, for example, or a form fill or lead capture of some kind. And that way we can evaluate the page based on what it's supposed to be evaluated against. And then we also capture the publish and modification date. So if you're in there doing some changes from SEO and you want to see if, say, the velocity of organic traffic has changed after an update date, you can go ahead and do that. And then we look at all posts grouped by author as well. And again, for that content consumption thing that I mentioned with regards to the page purpose, if you want to learn how to do that, I don't have time to go through it in this talk, but here is the post on our website that explains exactly how to do that. Now, one thing about event parameters I think a lot of people forget, make sure to register any event parameters in GA4 as custom dimensions or custom metrics, or else you won't see that data show up in GA4. The data is still captured, it just isn't visible to you, which I think is really annoying. Next thing I want to talk about with GA4, bounce rate. Now, bounce rate is horrible. You never should have been using it, but everybody was, so here we are. And I'm sure you reported on bounce rate before, but bounce rate exists in GA4, but is calculated completely differently. It's actually the inverse of engagement rate. Engagement rate is a good metric. Bounce rate is not. So engagement rate measures when sessions become engaged. And a session can become engaged when it's the visitor's first time on the website. The website is the active tab in the browser for at least 10 seconds, a second page is visited, or a conversion is recorded. Those are useful things. Reporting on engagement rate is a useful way to look at your data. So here's an example, again, from a GA4 account. If we take a look at the engagement rate, say for that unassigned channel or for the display channel, you can see that the engagement rate is significantly less for those two channels. We can take a look at that and say, what's wrong with this traffic? What can we do to improve this? Or we can also look at it by landing page, and we can say, you know, for this particular landing page, the engagement rate is lower than on other landing pages. What are we doing here? And taking a look at, you know, our on-page events and seeing, are they not getting very far down the page? Is there a bug maybe on the page? Is there something else going on that's lowering that engagement rate? And that really helps you figure out what pages to start with when you're thinking about, you know, fixing things up and improving stuff. Also, when you're looking at reports as well in GA4, and I'm just have this in here as like a FYI, you might be seeing this thresholding applied. It shows up as this little caution symbol, and you click on it, it says thresholding. Why is that happening? Well, Google has this like privacy, blah, 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 blah concern about it. And they want to make sure that like, if you don't have a lot of users, then it's going to show up. But the problem is that small businesses don't have a lot of users. So thresholding is a real problem for smaller, low volume websites. So here's how to fix this mostly. You go into admin and reporting identity, and then you're going to click on show all, and show all shows you one more thing. Why show all? It's just one thing. Why not just show it? I think Google doesn't want you to use this. I don't know. So then you click on device-based. Now, if you have on-site logins, like Bright Local, for example, don't do this. But most small business websites do not have on-site logins. If you don't have on-site logins and you have thresholding issues, click show all, and then you will see less thresholding showing up. All right, now, what else is useful in GA4? I really like audiences in GA4, and they are useful beyond just Google Ads as well, because I think people really associate audiences with things like Google Ads, and you know that was all you could really do with it in Universal Analytics, was just look at it for audiences. But you can use them for a heck of a lot more than just Google Ads. Audiences can help you answer questions. So, for example, in this case, we can use audiences and comparisons in GA4. And if you're unfamiliar with adding a comparison, on the screenshot here, if you look up towards the top left of the image, I can't exactly point with my mouse, but where it says all users and then recipe viewers, you can see you click add comparison. That opens up that comparison panel on the right-hand side. And then I can say, just show an audience of recipe viewers. And so for this client, they want to know if their recipe types of blog posts are helping convert users or not. And then below this, I didn't want to show it because it was actual client data, but below this, that we can see the engagement are the conversion rates and engagement rates for people who view, you know, any post on the site versus the people who are just showing up in that recipe viewers audience. And that is built on people viewing a page. Really simple audience to create. Audiences also help you filter out visitors who aren't going to help you meet your goals. So, for example, if you have a careers section on your website, those people probably aren't going to become customers. But yet, in most cases, they end up, you know, showing up in analytics, and you count them. And when you're counting your calculations for your conversion rates, when the reality is that these people are going to convert, they want a job. They don't want to give you money. They would like to get money from you. So you can create an audience that's everybody except for people who viewed one of your careers pages. And then when you're looking at things like conversion rates and whatnot, you can just use this audience of people who are not job seekers. For this particular client, I think it's only about 5% of their users, but they have annual job fairs, and it gets much higher around that point. So it's a really useful audience for us to have set up for them year round. We can also use this in cases where you might have sites that have, you know, two functions. For example, for this client, they're a convention center. People will visit them to see, you know, what events are happening, and people will go to them to say, I want to book an event. So when we're looking at conversion rates for things like people wanting to book an event, why would we include everybody when really only this part of their audience, this, I think it's 64% of their audience, is actually interested in booking an event with them? Instead, we'll create an audience of people who've expressed some interest in booking an event by going to any of their planning event pages, and then we'll look at conversion rates specifically for that and nothing else. Another section of GA4 that is really useful is explorations. I think that explorations is really going to be something that is improved a lot in the future. I think it's something that is kind of useful now, but there's lots of features going into it. And now that the sunset date's out of the way, I think we're going to see a lot more improvements to explorations. So, for example, one of the nice things you can do in explorations is look at page paths. And so, for example, this in path analysis, we're starting with session starts where they started on the site, and then I'm looking at their page path and clicking on individual pages to see their flow through the site, keeping in mind that this person could have multiple tabs open as well. So keep that in mind. If you see a weird path, that's why. You can also view a reverse page path, which again is really hidden. So a lot of GA4 is just like clicking on stuff and seeing what happens. So if you click start over at the top here, then you can actually pick your ending point for your path. And then you could make your ending point, say, your checkout page. And then you could go through this path again and say, okay, if people ended up on the checkout page, where did they go up until this point? Or viewing a cart page, or viewing a thank you page if you have that for a specific lead form. How did they get there? You can also create funnels. These are the two most, I think, useful explorations are the path analysis and funnel analysis. This is a pretty typical funnel for something like a shopping cart, where the steps are, people looking at an item, adding it to the cart, beginning the checkout, finishing the checkout. And there's even an option here. I didn't have it turned on for this particular screenshot, but you can see a slider towards the bottom left of the screen that says show elapsed time. And it will show you how long it took in between each individual step as well, which is also really interesting. So again, I really like funnels. And another great thing about funnels is that if you click this little folder icon up here at the top right, then you can see, you can actually add it to your standard reports in the reports interface in GA4, which, by the way, did you know you can customize your reports menu? It's something, again, that I don't think a lot of people are aware of. And that means that you can make different reports for yourself, for your leadership, for your clients. Like I have one report that says, Cheryl, use this. It's just, you can call it whatever you want. And you can customize those reports specifically for that person. So this is an example of what our GA4 interface looks like for our kpplaybook.com website. And you can see we've got for content, conversions, and I made a thing for Cyrus of Zippy. So it was, so I added that in there as well. But you can customize this as much as you want, and you can add in funnels as well. You can't add in any other explorations at this point, just funnels. But again, a funnel is so useful, especially for clients. If you have an e-commerce client, like just put that on their sidebar and then they can just get to it and take a look at their funnel stuff themselves. I really like it in terms of cutting back what you don't need and then adding on the stuff that you do. Again, part of our philosophy of reporting is like, keep it as simple as possible so that people don't feel like they're getting overwhelmed, because GA4 is frankly overwhelming. So if you want to learn the whole process on how exactly to modify this sidebar, I recommend going to the KP Playbook YouTube channel. There's a video I just published on how to create a report with and so that one was published, I think, on Thursday. Check that video out. It walks you through start to finish exactly how to modify your sidebar and how to create a report that you would then add to your sidebar as well. So follow that step by step. And it's only 4 minutes long, so it does not take very long at all. So last but not least, my shameless self-promotion, we have just released a course called Analytics for Agencies. So if you're an agency person, and we have some in-house people in the course too, we have taken everything that myself and our agency knows about selling, delivering, implementing, and reporting on analytics for our clients, and is all here for you. Nothing is held back. These are our GTM templates. These are our reporting templates, everything. So today's a thank you for Bright Local for having me. Anyone who's here today, please use the code BrightLocal for 20% off buying the course. And it has a community as well, and bi-weekly office hours where you get one-on-one time with me to go through any really specific weird problems that you might have. And again, don't forget about my charity, Rainbow Railroad, really fantastic charity helping people around the world. And now let's get into some questions.
Hooray! Hello. That was brilliant. Thank you. Disclaimer, yes, the course is very good. I am learning many things. Thank you very much. Let's go to questions.
You can't. Okay, so I am working on something. I have some ideas on what to do, on what you could do for annotations. And I'm working on a video as well that I'm going to be publishing next week on how to export annotations to Universal Analytics. So look for that. But for adding it in, there is no way to do it. So what we're doing right now, but I'm going to see if there's a better way to do it, is we have a Google Sheet that we then use in a blend and Looker Studio to combine with the data. Not ideal by any means, but I don't think annotations are coming. Annotations never had an API in Universal Analytics. And I just don't think they're going to bother with it. I think it's probably like one of those features that are like, no one's using this. And meanwhile, these agency people are like, but I was using it, bring it back for me. So yeah, I think you're going to have to make a sheet. But again, as I said, I am working on some methods. I'm probably going to be posting a post next week about annotations and what you can do for it in GA4, because the answer is you're going to have to do something else.
Okay, that is very sad times, isn't it?
I know.
Okay. Any tips on organic conversion tracking in GA4?
I think the biggest thing is make sure you have the right conversion set up. It is really far too easy to create a conversion in GA4. You just go into events and you click the slider and it's a conversion. Ta-da! I've had clients in the past month turn on CTA button clicks as a conversion. That didn't make them money. Don't turn that on. Someone turned on page view as a conversion. Also did not make you money unless you're BuzzFeed. Don't turn that on, right? So it's way too dangerous to turn on conversions. So make sure you've got the right kinds of conversions. What are the things that are actually going to make the client money? We're really picky about that. And then with regards to organic in particular, you're really going to want to focus on landing pages and seeing what landing pages are coming in from organic. And again, local SEO focused, make sure to use UTM tagging. I know Claire has a guide. I believe, is it on Bright Local, the guide on UTM tagging?
We've got one on my site, and then I've done a little multi-location number which lives on the Bright Local website. They're both very valuable, Dayna.
Yeah, and so I like Claire's guides. I mean, for me personally, we tag our UTMs a little bit differently. Claire and I have talked about our philosophical differences in UTM tagging, but the point is you got to UTM tag stuff. UTM tag your website links, your appointment links, your post links, your product links, all of it. And that is the only way you're really going to be able to know what is driving traffic and conversions to your website.
Fantastic. For sure. So we have a question from Joey. What reports from the stock GA4 reports dashboard are your most used, and which metrics do you look for mostly?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at my sidebar here. So I mean, the ones that I've made in the sidebar, which you would have seen that screenshot of where did visitors start, under that is organic search and organic social. And so what I did is I took the acquisition, I took the engagement landing pages report and I customized that to only show people coming in via organic search and coming in via organic social, and added those filters and saved those reports. Again, watch the video, it talks through how to do that. But I would say the landing pages report is one I get into a lot. And one thing that, and there might be a question coming up about this, so you might see when you're looking at the landing pages report, you'll see landing pages is not set. And people are like, what does this mean? Landing page not set happens when a new session is started without a page view event. So I am on, let's say I'm on the Bright Local website. I'm reading a really fantastic blog post. I go and have lunch. The session timeout for the website is set to half an hour. I come back after an hour and I continue reading the post, but I don't reload the page. It's been open on my browser this whole time. And I start scrolling down, and let's say they capture a scroll event at 50%. Now there's an event that exists in GA4 without a page view or session start event, because technically it was just like my session kind of paused. It didn't like end or restart again. And so that's when you're going to have a landing page of not set. In those cases, what I say is just put in a filter. Don't worry about those not set pages. Those are people resuming their sessions. If you have a lot of them, it just means that people are leaving your tabs open for a long time, which may or may not be a bad thing. And that link I posted on measuring content success will show you how exactly in GA4 you can figure out how many of your users are hoarding tabs forever and just reloading the tab again and again, which could be a lot.
Those naughty tab hoarders. Right, what have we got next? Do you have any recommendations for alternatives for GA4? And do you actually, this is a great question. Do you think the change from UA to GA4 has impacted Google's market share at all?
So here's the thing. You have to use GA4 for Google Ads. Like, you have to. So you can use whatever else you want, but if you're going to do anything with Google Ads, you have to use GA4. So you can use Matomo. You know, a lot of people are switching to Matomo. I have a few clients who are trying them out. There's another one called Fathom, which is based in Canada. Those are the two that I think I've heard about the most. Some people are going to more roll your own type solutions like Amplitude or Snowplow. And that's like, if you have the time to set that up, then great, but that is not an out-of-box solution like GA4 or Matomo. I think that that's the biggest thing, is just really thinking about like, what do we want to get? Because if you run a lot of Google Ads, you know, going to another alternate solution is only going to help you with the stuff that isn't Google Ads, because that GCL ID that comes along when people click on an ad is really key to how GA4 links up with your Google Ads account to report on things like attribution and conversions. So I think that's really something to keep in mind is, you know, yeah, you can go to a solution. If you don't do any ads at all, you're like, screw Google, I'm not going to bother doing ads, then great. I would say Matomo is probably the best known and well-supported option right now. But again, just evaluate them and pick which one is going to be best for your needs. And just keep in mind that, you know, there are these limitations to it. As for Google's market share, again, because it is so tightly impacted with ads, I don't know how much Google cares. I mean, I don't think Google really cares too much about the small business market, right? Like, it's not the thing that they make the most money off of. They make money off of huge corporations spending millions and millions of dollars in ads. So from their perspective, they're just like, yeah, those people were a waste of money anyway. So I don't think they care, and I don't know how much it has. But I think that GA4 is just honestly a better reflection as well of what we can and can't track in today's privacy-focused analytics climate. So if you feel like you're losing data, yeah, you've been losing data for years. It's just GA4 is more honest about it. So also keep that in mind when you're evaluating solutions too.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's such a, let's just have a fresh start. Let's have a new way of looking at it. This is what we've got. It serves its purpose for Google. So we have what we have. So that's where we are. Okay. I think we've got a couple more. Let's have a little look.
Oh, this one was already asked.
I think with Joey, such a good question. We asked it twice. Have we,
How do you
feel? How do you feel about it?
Well, it's real slow. I find that it really crushes site speed. I mean, for me, like I'm more focused on core web vitals metrics. You know, I don't care about the total load time of a page. I care about time to first byte and LCP and all those other stuff that's important for core web vitals. But clarity is real slow. If we are running it and we do it in Tag Manager, we really try to push it, you know, further down in terms of how it loads, because it is quite chonky rather, for lack of a better word. I mean, I think it's probably going to be useful. It's just real slow right now. And so I think that that's one of the biggest hangups of it, is that it has potential, but with that amount of data and how slow it is in responding, I don't feel great about it on a lot of client websites. We've tried it for ourselves as well. And, you know, it's fine.
But yeah. Okay. Right. Let's see. We've got another one. Now the question on many people's lips. So the course for agencies, is it going to be good for you if you are in-house or you're like a solo marketer and you just feel a bit like, oh, this isn't for me, because it's all going to be about how agencies need to manage things?
Yeah, there's definitely some sections about dealing with clients. And obviously I refer to clients. If you're in-house, just substitute in your mind clients with leadership, because in a lot of times this is what you're doing. I would say the biggest benefit of the course for in-house teams is the fact that there's a full GA4 event reference. And I'm working on a full GA4 settings reference is going to be published in September, and a Google Tag Manager reference also to be published in September, plus the default Google Tag Manager containers. And I think there's something like 15 or 16 videos on how to use Looker Studio from start to finish. That kind of stuff is going to be really valuable for in-house individuals too. And because of the request, we are in the early stages of planning an analytics for in-house teams variant, essentially. But for right now, absolutely analytics for agencies would be the way to go. And I think the biggest thing, honestly, is people are getting a lot of value out of the office hours, like to be able to sit down and I show you exactly how to do something like that's, hey, it's fun for me. I love answering those kinds of really specific questions. And then you get access to, you know, an expert to help you with this one weird thing that you have going on.
Yeah, for sure. And when do you normally get that? The answer is never. Apart from obviously on all the webinars and things like that. But yeah.
Yeah, but the webinars are like, people are like, but I have a really specific question, but I don't want to ask it because then you have to talk about your client's website and you don't want to, you know, so that's
very true. Really totally. Yeah. So, you know, how many plugs am I supposed to be doing for this course? But it is awesome and it's brilliant. And you know, I love it. So thank you very much for producing it. I think we got one last question.
Yeah, I think I see one here.
Oh, do you think that Google expected everyone to throw their toys out of their pram?
Yeah. I think things got increasingly more desperate at Google HQ as the warnings got redder and redder as we got closer to the date. And then how they emailed everybody and they're like, we're just going to make a GA4 for you because you can't be trusted and you can't be responsible for it. You know, I think that's the biggest thing is like, what were they expecting was going to happen? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like someone's bonus was writing on GA4 adoption. That's why they just auto-created properties for everybody. I am really curious to see a year from now how much people are using GA4 on a day-to-day basis. Because I also think that there's been a lot of attention on analytics right now. But again, on an actual real day-to-day basis, if things are going well for a business, how much are people truly using analytics on a regular basis, right? A lot of it is you only look at it when you have a problem or you're thinking, okay, what am I going to do about this, right? And it doesn't necessarily things are going great. So as we potentially head into, you know, the big R recession for, you know, the world or at least North America, you know, thinking about, well, is that going to change where people are going to be going in there and panicking about stuff? Or if things are good, like we only say, you know, sometimes we hear from our clients, we don't hear from our clients because they're just too busy. doing stuff because we've delivered a lot of leads for them, right? Like nobody ever comes to us because things are great. And so really think about it that way is, if you're not in your analytics all the time, what do you truly need to look at? And I think that's something where with GA4s, they're thinking, what is the stuff that people actually looked at? And I think generally too, obviously Google has an insight onto how people used universal analytics that we didn't have access to. So I would assume that they know a couple things, but GA4 does feel an awful lot like a group project where out of 4 people, 3 of them showed up the night before and pulled an all-nighter. I think a lot of documentation is happening now. I think a lot of bug fixing is happening now. And I think the GA4 that we have right now is not going to be the GA4 we have a year from now or 5 years from now. Universal Analytics came out Classic came out in like 2004. It was around a long time. It had a lot of stuff happen to it. I started using it in 2005. And it's seen some changes over the years. And the same thing is going to happen with GA4 as well. So this is, think of it as a new foundation.
Okay. We're just going to get with it, learn the things, and just do the best that we can with it. Yep. Okay. Thank you very, very much. Dayna is just so good, said Andy.
Thanks, Andy.
Yay. Thanks, Andy. That was brilliant. Thank you very, very much for coming along tonight, and for sharing all of that information.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me. And thank you for putting on this fantastic event and spotlighting on a lot of these different charities. It's great.
So nice to see you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Fantastic. That was amazing. We are going to have another short break. So we will see you soon. But before we go, here is episode 2 from Harry and Becky. Goodness me, what will they get up to? This time, the pair are looking for a sunny place to sit outside and have a drink together. What could possibly go wrong? See you soon.
Well, that was an eye-opener. Ugh, that was too much. I could do with a drink.
Oh, me too. Let's go for a cocktail.
Somewhere sunny. Oh, that would be nice.
Lovely. Marvellous.
What are we going to search for?
Sunny spot for cocktails?
What a good idea.
What have we got? Cheers.
It's not how I dreamed it.
It's very English, though.
No seagulls were harmed in the making of this poorly acted out clip.
Hello. Welcome back. So I hope you managed to get something to drink, have a little snacky snack. We are moving into another panel today. We are having a panel all about dominating your neighborhood with smarter competitor analysis tactics. And we have with us Amanda Jordan from Rickety Roo, and we have Dayna Lucio from Ansiv Digital. And unfortunately, Niki Mosier, who we were expecting to have on the panel, is now unable to make it. So we are thinking of her and wishing her all the best, and we hope to see her again soon. Hey, hello, how are you?
Hey, good. How are you?
Okay? I'm very good. Ready for this, definitely. So what we'll do is we will remind everybody to ask their questions in the Q&A, and then we will have time for a quick Q&A at the end of our session. Right, let's have a look. Right, okay, so a little intro. Competitor analysis is something that all marketers should do. It's a regular activity, and it's often something that agencies and consultants sell to their clients. But local marketers have an extra challenge on their side because they're dealing with both Google Maps and the organic algorithms. So that's why in this webinar, we want to tackle local competitor analysis and give people the knowledge and confidence they need to outsmart their competitors. So as experts, we know that it's something that you live and breathe. So we're asking you to share as many knowledge nuggets as you can. And then our attendees will be able to walk away with lots of new ideas that they can implement. So we're going to kick off the panel with a quick poll. So let's see what the question is. We are asking all of our attendees, how often do you tend to carry out a competitor analysis? So cast your votes, press those buttons, and let us know how busy you are on the competitor analysis and how often you do it. Once a year. Okay. Everyone's going for once. Oh. Never. Okay, so while that keeps changing, I am sure that there is an optimal number of times that you should be looking at competitor analysis, and all will be revealed in our questions that we have. So we've got you two lovely people. Niki's not here, so what we'll do is we'll just take turns, and we'll come and we'll add in to the questions as we think of things. So I think we just need to kick off with a little definition. What is a competitor analysis, and why is it important? Who's going to start? Dayna.
Yeah. So I think a competitor analysis, first off, is just looking at different aspects of what your competitors are doing. In my mind, there's a couple different types of competitor analysis that you can do, whether it's looking at, on-page content such as blogs, kind of their content strategy. You can do local page kind of analysis, and as well as looking at things like backlinks and GBP profile optimization, and kind of getting an idea of what your competitors are doing, what their strengths, maybe where their weaknesses are, and then seeing where you can either get in line or fill the gaps. And I think that's important just to keep you competitive in your space, both online and sometimes offline too.
That's very concise. Thank you. Anything to add on that, Amanda? Anything that you would add into that in terms of what is a competitor analysis?
I would add that when I look at a competitor analysis, really, I am trying to figure out what is the strategy of my competitor's SEO, and determining what they're focusing on and where they may be going next and where they may see their gaps as well, just to see if there's anything where, like Dayna said, like if it's not just looking at where you are, but also we're looking at where your competitors may be near in the future and filling in as many gaps as you can. So yeah, I agree with that for sure.
It's brilliant. It's a bit like being a sleuth, isn't it? It's doing some, like, it feels like you're doing some sort of industrial espionage, but you're not really. Can you, we can start with you, Amanda. What are your top 3 tactics for a strong competitor analysis? What can you share with?
So there are 3 things that Dayna's already touched on, these 3 things, but these are the things that I look at. One, I look at content specifically. I want to know what pages they have that are actually ranking, right? I want to see which specific pages are ranking for the terms that I want to rank for. And I want to know everything I can about those pages as far as ranking factors that are allowing them to outperform me. And then I want to know what they're doing offsite as well to improve their linking. So I want to know, do they have a really good reputation? Or do they have a really well-known brand? Do they build a ton of backlinks already and I'm not building links at all? Do they build certain types of backlinks? So like the offsite stuff too. And I also want to know, what are they doing with their GBPs that's different? Do they just have really well filled out GBPs? Are they using features in their GBPs that we're not using at all? Are they getting better reviews? How often are they getting reviews? What is the quality of those reviews? So really, I want to deep dive into every single factor that could be impacting it on in all three ways, so that I can kind of come up with my strategy to counter-strike those efforts that they're making.
Brilliant, fantastic. Dayna, have you got anything to add to that? And also, can I throw in, not a curveball, but how would you go about finding the right competitors that you actually need to track? How do you know what you're supposed to be tracking? Who?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Amanda said. You know, when you're coming with your competitors, I think it's really, you have a couple of different competitors, right? You have the competitors your clients have told you are their competitors. They're like 1 to 2 brands, companies that they're like really focused on. And, you know, those are competitors. And then a lot of times what you'll see, especially when you start getting into the kind of mid-sized, smaller multi-location businesses, is that, yeah, you know, maybe Home Depot is their competitor, but there's a lot of regional brands, localized brands that are also their competitors, especially when it comes to, you know, the map pack. And I think breaking those down, something I've done in the past, especially with like franchise businesses, is breaking down the competitor analysis by regions. So you're jumping through, you know, looking at their top cities, their top metro areas, and really getting into kind of the nitty gritty of who their competitors are, especially on, you know, the local SERPs.
Brilliant, thank you. Now, where do you think that people might fall short, or what might they forget about when they're doing their competitor research? Either of you, jump in.
I immediately think about the number of times I've seen someone wonder why a competitor is outranking them, and it's because they have name spam, and that's the only reason. It's not an actual SEO strategy. It's just that they've had added spam to their business name in Google business profile, so that's why they're outperforming them. It has nothing to do with any of the content or anything else going on with the site. I think that's an easy trap to fall under, and realize that and do all this work and then realize, oh, wait a minute, this is the reason why they're outranking me. I think that's one of the biggest traps. I also think another trap is not looking at it from a regional perspective. I think it's really important to look at it from a regional perspective. And if you're like a multi-service, multi-vertical business, looking at it from a topical perspective too, because you may have a competitor that offers plumbing, HVAC, and electrical, but they're only a true competitor for you in SEO for plumbing, not for HVAC. Your HVAC competitors are completely different companies and brands. So getting a good variety of topical keywords and then determining who is showing up the most organically in the maps for those, and it could be completely different businesses for the map versus organic, and then looking at taking that as your competitors to look at for your analysis.
Gosh, wow, you've got to be quite granular, don't you, to approach it? You've got more competitors than you think. Dayna, do you have anything to add to that? Any sort of things that you see, sort of common mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. It really comes down to knowing who your competitors are in those specific like markets and different areas and what you're offering. And I think a lot of times too, what I've seen in the past is, a competitor maybe just hasn't, or not a competitor, your client might not have bought into a strategy that you've been telling them, hey, you got to have local pages if you have a brick and mortar store, and they don't want to buy in yet. And then as soon as you show them, hey, every competitor is beating you out because of this, all of a sudden you get buy-in, you start showing them you have the proof now. I think that's really important, especially in this area.
Yeah, it's the number of talks today that have talked about how do I get buy-in, and it's like, show them that the competitors are doing it and they're winning, and that is an excellent. And if they're not doing it already, they'll be doing it next week. So you need to be first mover on it. Another question here: are there any out-of-the-box methods to analyzing your competitors that people might not think about or that they might overlook? Dayna.
When I'm looking at like GBP profiles, I like to look at all the categories that your competitors are utilizing, as well as what's available that you could be utilizing, maybe that they're not, to kind of fill those gaps as your secondary categories. If it's on local pages, a lot of times what I like to do is kind of break down the different elements of the page and what they're using. And I think that's really helpful to think of what gaps can you fill, what information can you provide customers maybe that your competitors aren't, as well as questions. And, are there different elements? Are they pulling in reviews and you're not? And I think, again, that side-by-side kind of comparison really kind of helps in that local space.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Amanda, you got anything to add to that one?
Yeah, I think one of the things that a lot of people miss are like a conversion rate optimization that your competitors are doing that you're not, kind of both on your GBP and on the landing page, and that goes with the reviews and things like that. Those are trust signals that they're building with potential customers. And if you're not doing that, if they're looking and shopping around, that may be a differentiator. Another thing that I like to look at is justifications on GBP. Mm-hmm. So if they are having justification, if you're the only one where it does not say provides corporate photography, say you're a photographer, and you're the only one that it doesn't say that when someone types in corporate photographer near me, there's a good chance that bold text on there is going to be part of the psychology of the person who's searching and influence where they're going to click. So things like that. Another thing that I look at a lot, and something I just talked about at MozCon, is link building in a different way. We look at links from a topical perspective instead. So not only are our competitors building, are they building high authority links, but what type of links are they building? So are they building links that are from local businesses and local sites? Are they building links that are topical? Are they building links from blog posts about their services and relate to their services? Or are they building citations? Or are they building just garbage, PBN links? It's just good to know, what are they doing and whether you think it's actually working for them or not. And if there's anything that you can learn and take from that link building strategy as well.
Also, I just got a question on that. And when you're looking at their corpus of backlinks, do you have to manually go through and drop them into different buckets, or have you got some way of bucketing them by link type?
We've got some way to bucket them by link type to make it significantly easier, so we don't have to go through that manual process every time now. But yeah, that's the difficult part of that strategy, is that it does, if you don't have a way to do it that way, which I imagine there's been a lot of talk of AI already, but if you're looking for a use for an AI tool, categorizing backlinks might be one of the good uses for them.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to do all of that looking through them, especially if you can maybe go through and categorize some of the by domain level already, and then have it help you write a Python script to anything else that starts with this domain name automatically gets this column added to it that says that it's this local type of link or this topical link. So that is definitely a shortcut way to kind of get that process going if you're looking at a ton of links that you would have to choose from between you categorizing your links and your competitors as well.
Fantastic. You heard it here first. Amanda's going to build that tool out and share it with us all within the month. Isn't that right, Amanda? No. Okay. What is the number one thing that you must do with your competitor data once you have it? How do we make that data as relevant and useful as possible?
I think it comes
Amanda,
down.
Dayna.
As we say, I think it comes down to knowing your clients and what they're going to react to, right? Because again, you got to get buy-in. You have to be able to tell the story and explain what the data means, and then what kind of the strategy that you want to employ is going to be. And I think that comes down to, visualizations, whether it's, charts. We've been doing a lot of like local pack analysis, being able to show, charts, pivot tables, things like that. To really show clients, where they fall against their competitors.
Brilliant. Amanda, anything to add to that one?
For me, it's like prioritization based on impact. So if I find a gap that is like so huge, like nothing else even matters in comparison, that's definitely where I'm going to start. And that typically ends up being related to content. If there is a gap that huge, it's typically related to thin content, duplicate content, no content for the topic at all. Those are usually the things that I see where it's that huge of a gap, or like failure to complete their GBP. Those are the things that I would say usually end up being like so huge that you can't just go into anything else until it's fixed.
Yeah, for sure. So remember to get your questions in the chat for the Q&A, because we're going to have time to go through some of those. And another question for you here, and then you might have answered this already. What are the next steps after the competitor analysis? How do you apply what you find out, and how often do you need to repeat that process? Go for it, Amanda.
So the next steps is to, Dayna already touched on this, is the storytelling part of it, and putting the information in a way where it makes sense to your client. It makes it clear. It clearly explains what the path forward is and what steps need to be taken to get to whatever that end goal is, and what results they should expect from it. So you want to paint the entire picture, not say, this is what our competitor is doing, so we need to do it. That's not really the goal from this process. It's like, this is our competitor's strategy for this element of their SEO. This is likely how they're winning from it. This is where we are in comparison. This is what we need to do to catch up, and paint that picture so that they understand those next steps. And then after that, it is to actually track your results and be able to come back and say, this is the impact of those things that we implemented.
Brilliant. Thank you. Dayna, anything to add to that one?
I mean, yeah, it's the same. It's coming up with metrics, building kind of a roadmap, right? You're not going to be able to tackle everything in a day. You're going to have to prioritize, get buy-in from the client, and maybe, have meetings with other departments. If you're, throwing out strategies for things like local pages, product pages, things like that, you're going to have to get some dev resources and really kind of explaining what the benefit is for the client and the impact, I think, is important.
Because you're not going to tackle everything. It's like going after those big pieces that are going to make or small pieces that are going to make a difference. Thank you very, very much. Let's get some of those questions that are coming in via the chat so we can put them to you. So Jack Watts asks, we often run across competitors who are, I think he means beating us in maps, without name spam reviews or any other discernible factors, including location. So, like, what factors do they focus on? Do they need to go beyond GBP?
I would be curious to see if there is still a gap in one of those things, because those really are the main things that are going to have that that are going to make that difference. If it isn't, and I would look very carefully, specifically at content on your pages compared to theirs, because that is going to make a difference. Reviews, justifications in those reviews. And I would also look at proximity and distance from wherever that search is coming from. Because you may not think there is that gap there, but according to Google, there is. And a good way to do that is to use Bright Local's local search grid, because it will show you how close the proximity of everyone who's ranking for that term. So you can see if who's ranking number 1, 2, and 3, if they're actually significantly closer than you or not. And that can help determine if that really is a factor. But I think it's very easy to kind of not see some of these things because it can get very nuanced, especially in very competitive markets. I would also look at your core what vitals too, because if it really is that close, it could be technical elements on your site that is making the biggest difference at that point.
Dayna, anything to add into that?
Yeah, I agree with everything that Amanda said. Thinking about, the Bright Local tool that you mentioned, I think that's also a great way to see what competitors kind of always beating you, because if there's always somebody at number 1, that's who you can really kind of hone in and really look at.
I'm sure that there is a list somewhere. I'm wondering if there could be a filter at play as well. That's another thing to run past, I guess, isn't there? Maybe it's you that's being filtered out and they're just like sneaking in because they're not being filtered. Okie dokie. Right, next question. Let's have a look. Zach, what are your top tools for helping you gather information on competitors? So I'll go to Dayna on this one.
Yeah, I think so. Any kind of ranking tool that you can go look at, like Bright Local, Stat, SEMrush. If we're going to look at backlinks, then I would look at SEMrush or Ahrefs. There's a lot of GBP plugins that you can utilize to get things like top categories that are being utilized. Plepper, GBP Spy, I think is one of them. There's a couple out there. And just kind of start building your arsenal. I don't think even, there's local tools, but also your basic SEO tools can still kind of help you and start with that kind of process, because while you're looking at competitors, it's also important to look at, yourself as well, and look at things like your technical SEO, your internal linking, right? How many internal links are you pointing to your pages? Are you building those signals on site? I think all that's important.
Fantastic. Any other tools that you can add to that smorgasbord of tools, Amanda?
Just like if anyone's looking for some Chrome extension like options, SEO extension is a good one, where you can see like the title, meta description, and it gives you clicks off to like the rich snippets and stuff for that specific page. And then GBP Everywhere too will allow you to see kind of everything that is going on, including additional categories and stuff in the SERPs themselves. But yeah, all the tools that Dayna mentioned are great tools to use, and the tools that we use.
Fabulous. Can I give a shout out to the SEO Pro extension by Christina, Marketing Syrup? It's a really good one because you get your core web vitals in there as well. So I just had to give her a mention. Have we got some more questions, please? Laura asks, what was your recommended competitor analysis interval? Sort of monthly, yearly, quarterly? What would you recommend? Amanda?
Honestly, on our team, we do competitive analysis on a topical basis. So if we're not performing well for this, for plumbing specifically or auto repair specifically, we're going to do a competitive analysis at that time. So there's not a specific interval that we use. We're doing some type of competitive analysis probably on a monthly basis for the majority of our clients, just because of how competitive the industries are. Now, if you're in an industry that's not very competitive, there's not a lot of movement going on with your competitors. It's not necessary to do it that often. I would maybe say quarterly or yearly. But if you're in an industry where it is highly competitive, your competitors are doing SEO, then it's going to be based on what your reporting looks like and tells you need to focus on. That's really what I would consider your main metric for competitor analysis. And then what type of analysis you do would be based on where you're seeing the gaps. Is it in GBP or is it in your organic? And then you don't have to do like the full every single ranking factor competitive analysis every time. You can do parts of one based on what you need to focus on. But yeah, we do them pretty often, and it's pretty effective for us because we're just trying to beat who's in first. So as we know what they're doing for that specific topic, it's much easier to do.
Yeah, and I guess being sorry, Dayna, have you got anything to add to that one? What do you do?
I feel like I'm always doing some type of competitor analysis in any kind of strategy or tactic that we're putting together, because it's so important, especially in local, to be keeping a pulse on what your competitors are doing. Especially, in certain industries, there's especially franchising beauty, there's always new brands coming up, right? Emerging franchises, things like that are going to be jumping into the space. If you're not keeping a pulse on the businesses around you or who's moving in, then they can take your spot.
Mm-hmm. I got a question off the back of that, if I may. I wanted to come to both of you in turn, and then if you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit about the key verticals or niches that you're particularly interested in, and which of those you see the most movement in terms of, we need to go hard on competitor analysis because it's moving around a lot. So Amanda, would you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so we work with a lot of home services. We work with legal, so car accident, personal injury, automotive, housekeeping franchises. And we work with everyone from small 1 to 2 location to multiple hundreds of locations. So we kind of run the entire gambit. And really, the competition level, it really is kind of based on your local market and whether your competitors are doing a lot of moving, whether there's a lot of potential. Because that's really what it is driving it. Everyone is trying to rank in this area because of the amount of potential for business in that area. So that is where you're going to see the most competition. So if you see a potential there, that is likely where you're going to be doing a lot of competitive analysis. And just to go with that, a strategy that I often use is where are our competitors not going, and whether they're not going there just because they don't realize how easy it might be to rank there and it's still worth going after. So competitive analysis, those are one of the gaps you can often find with competitive analysis as well. It's just hey, our competitors are not paying attention to this nearby city. If we just put up one page here, we could dominate this area for all of our services because no one else is paying attention to it yet. So that is another option too. It's not always trying to go after exactly what they're doing or mimic or improve on what they're doing. It's sometimes taking advantage of their blind spots as well.
Mm-hmm. What they're not doing.
Mm-hmm.
Dayna, anything to add to that? And obviously we want to hear about, who what niche you experienced in and who you serve.
Yeah, a lot of healthcare kind of related clients at the moment. In the past, a lot of beauty spa types, fitness was really big, kind of ran the gamut, a lot of home repair, plumbing, things like that. And I agree with what Amanda's saying. It's important to keep a pulse on, what's kind of the plan going forward for new locations. I think it's important to come up with a grand opening kind of strategy for your new locations, get that set, especially if it's a new market that you're not maybe prominent in. And that's working with other departments and coming up with kind of a full strategy, whether it's working with, paid, email, etc. And then also, in the past, we used to work a lot with our clients' Frandev kind of section to look at what she was talking about, where the new markets are, where they could be opening. And that really comes from doing, research in local SEO.
Yeah. It's fantastic to have that across all of those different niches and to have that experience from the two of you is such a great amount of insight. So I just want to say thank you so much. That was all we got time for, although we have got more questions and I've got loads. So let's do this again sometime. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks very much. Bye. Bye, Amanda. Bye, Dayna. That was fabulous. Brilliant. Great stuff. So it is coming up to the end of day one. What a day it has been. Lots of learnings, lots of talks, lots of things for me to think about and to read all my notes. So now is the time for the final talk of the day. And it is from our good friend, Greg Gifford. So Greg has 20 plus years of experience in online marketing and web design. He's an in-demand marketing and automotive conference speaker, and he has a horror movie quote for every situation. So let us say hello to Greg.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
So good to see you.
there he is. It's Greg Gifford's evil clone.
It is. And you know, it's funny that you mentioned horror movies because it's almost Halloween season. It's really spooky. So I'm getting ready for the season.
The skull candle.
The
Thank you,
skull candle is back.
Greg. It was lovely. Thank you. Well, thank you for that rare delight, a rare sighting of the skull candle. So, Greg, in a minute, you are going to unleash your talk, which is the Fast and Furious Guide to Real World Link Building. And we have also got the opportunity, obviously, to ask some Q&As at the end to Mr. Greg. So do not forget to tap all of your questions, starting off with a Q into the chat, and then we will come to those later. So I will bid you farewell for a moment, and we will sit here with Greg and listen to his words of wisdom.
That puts so much pressure on me. All right, so today we are doing the Fast and Furious Guide to Real World Link Building. Most of you have probably heard of me. I've been speaking at conferences for forever, but those of you who don't know me, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Search Lab. We are a boutique digital marketing agency. We specialize in local SEO and PPC. I have an awesome, fun video series called Local Search Tuesdays. Comes out every Tuesday. I will have a couple of links in the presentation. So if it's a little blue link down there in the corner like that, and there's a little video thumb, that means there's a little bit more information from one of my video series. And then this is a fun picture of me speaking at MozCon a few years back. I'm blessed enough to be able to get to speak at conferences all over the world. I spoke at 32 conferences last year. I spent half of December in Bali for a conference, which was amazing. Coming over to Brighton here in a few weeks. And, you know, a lot of times at some of these conferences in the US, I do a lot of automotive conferences and a lot of healthcare conferences, a lot of legal conferences. And you know, a lot of times they'll put salespeople up on the stage and they're not really that great at speaking, and it's tough to watch sometimes, and they'll stand locked behind the podium and you just see the back of their head because they're watching their own slides and they have zero design elements in their slides at all. So it's just a plain white background and they use black Arial font and they just pack in a ton of bullet points on every slide and they just sit there and read bullet points the entire time. And that's not fun or engaging for anyone. And you may not realize it, but it's a scientifically proven fact that bullet points kill kittens. So today we're going to keep all of the kittens safe. And we're just going to talk about some good link building stuff instead. And you saw the Fast and Furious reference there at the beginning. For those of you that don't know, I'm an absolute movie nut. I'm completely sleeved up with movie portrait tattoos on both arms and my right leg. I'm about to start doing my left leg all in horror movies. And I love to share my love of movies when I do a presentation. So there's always a theme, and today's theme is car movies. I typically go back and include one movie for every year in the last 50 years, but today we got to go back 61 years because, come on, if I'm doing car movies, I got to have every James Bond movie in there, right? So there are 98 references. If it's something more obscure or just older and you haven't seen it, there is attribution to the side. So bonus for the last session of the day, not only will you learn some awesome stuff about local link building, you'll have a really kick-ass list of movies to go watch later. So let's get going. I want to get right into the awesome stuff. Why the long face? Are you spending too much time looking up at the competition that ranks higher in local search results? Are you wondering, dude, where's my site? You might even feel sometimes like you're hanging on to your visibility for dear life, or in some cases, you feel like you're getting murdered by the competition. And a lot of times that has to do with the fact that they've got better links than you. So today, I'm going to give you a peek underneath Google's hood so that you'll understand how the algorithm works related to links. I'm going to share a lot of tips that are for your eyes only. I hate doing this virtually because I'm hoping y'all are laughing at my awesome, hilarious James Bond joke. I'm going to show you how to get some links that will jump out and grab everyone's attention, and also how to grab people's attention and make it easier to get some links. And just like a fat guy in a little coat, I'm going to squeeze in a ton of info because I got like 112 slides and I'm only got like 3 hours to do this final thing, something like that, right? So if you're expecting one of those normal link building presentations that you always see at conferences, you're probably going to be disappointed because this isn't the same kind of BS. Because let's be honest, most of those link presentations don't really help too much because most of the time it's just somebody from an agency up on stage talking about some really big, amazing campaign that they did because they're really just trying to brag so that they can get some leads. Or even worse, a lot of times it's just an agency up there giving you a sales pitch for their digital PR and all the things that they can do. And they talk about a massive, gazillion-dollar budget with a massive effort of this huge team and all these PR agencies that they use, and they get thousands and thousands of links, but that just doesn't apply to 95% or even a higher percent of most of the businesses out there. And it really doesn't apply to local SEO because the local algorithm evaluates links differently. So I got to be honest, though, link building does kind of suck. Like, even if you do the things that I share with you today, it's not the most enjoyable part of doing local SEO, but it doesn't have to suck. You can make it a little bit less sucky by thinking about it the right way and changing your brain and approaching it from a different perspective. If you use the right strategies and tactics and have the right ideas about how to go about link building, you can absolutely rock it and get some amazing links that really move the needle for the clients that you're working with. And most businesses out there actually need to be using local SEO strategies, but they don't realize it. Local SEO has been around for a long time. I've been talking about it for over a decade at conferences, but a lot of businesses don't really realize that there are different algorithms at play, and you need to adjust for the algorithm that serves search results related to your business. And for those of you that might be watching that maybe don't do local SEO for every client, even if you don't do local SEO, you can still use local link building tactics to win and outpace the competition. So today I'm hoping that I can change your perspective, because if you change the way that you think about link building, you can do better work for your clients and achieve better results. So the most important thing you have to remember, stop obsessing over domain authority or link authority or page authority or whatever stupid metric name your link building tool gives to link authority. Domain authority is where it all came from. It's a completely BS metric that Moz made up to approximate their idea of how links were evaluated by Google. But Google doesn't use domain authority. Google doesn't care about domain authority. And if you obsessively chase after those high DA links, you're thinking about it the wrong way. And when you're doing link building, think about the value for your clients. Don't just sit there and try to win awards. Don't just sit there and try to do something amazing so you can win an award or go do an awesome link building presentation. The most important thing to remember is that at the basest level, Google is just a pattern detection program. All it's doing is classifying patterns of various elements both on and off your site. And that's how you really have to reset your brain and think, every time I'm doing SEO, I'm trying to improve the pattern for my client's website, or obviously if you're in-house, for your own website. When we're talking about links, though, you got to get unique links. It's much more beneficial to get links from websites that link to your site or your client's site that the competition doesn't have. So you want to use different tactics than your competitors. And this is why local link building is so awesome. And Amanda was talking about it just a minute ago in the Q&A bit. about how they evaluate links differently, because most people are still stuck in that high DA, let's get these awesome links with a bunch of PR and create a piece of content and do all this stuff. So you're doing the same things that your competition is doing. So if you change your perspective and do things differently, you can beat the competition. The best links, and I just noticed that my designer misspelled links. Please ignore the E right there, but let's go with it. The best linkers are based on relationships that have real world value beyond just SEO. And the easiest way to get those local links is to just get involved in the local community. Luckily, we work with a lot of car dealerships, and car dealerships are already pretty community focused. They're very, very philanthropic. So it's pretty easy for them. Other businesses, maybe not so much. And the smaller the business's scale, the harder this is, because when you have those mom and pop businesses or just single person solo businesses like a smaller plumber, it's really hard to spend time doing things out in the community because you're spending time working. So you've got to shift your perspective and figure out ways that you can do this without having to spend a ton of time. So when you're working with your clients, talk to them. See what they're already doing. Most of the time, you're going to be working with clients that have, in one way or another, done something community involvement wise, which means there's an opportunity out there to get a really killer link without you having to go do a lot of new work. So take advantage of those things that your clients are already doing on a regular basis or have already done in the past. And talk to your clients about the relationships that they have in the local community. It doesn't have to be something forced that they're doing in the community. If they have a lot of relationships, maybe they're, pals with a bunch of people at church, or they're doing something in some sort of a community group. Those are relationships that you can mine for awesome link opportunities as well. But the most important tip that I want to share today is to just be creative. Think about it differently. I've said this a million times in a lot of different presentations over the years, but checklist SEO isn't very effective. And that's even more so true when it comes to local link building. If you're doing link building by just following a checklist and doing the same thing every time, it's going to be really difficult to be successful. So you want to make sure that you're thinking outside the box, because if you're following that checklist, you're going to be doing the same thing for every client, and every client is unique and every situation is different. So you've got to adjust the way that you're approaching link building. So I'm going to run you through a couple of kind of high level strategies, things that you can think about to adjust your perspective. And some of these you will have heard about before, but it's more about thinking about them differently. So the first being local sponsorships. A lot of people have talked about this for years, and Google's not okay with you buying links, but Google is totally okay with you buying sponsorships that results in links. But again, I'm always going to come back to the pattern detection thing. And this is where a lot of people screw up. And I've been talking about local link building for years. People will go, oh, all of these different strategies and tactics are great, but you know what? Sponsorships are the easiest thing, because I just got to go pay for a sponsorship for that 5K, or pay for a sponsorship for something that this church is doing in the community. And then it's an unnatural pattern, because all of the links that you're acquiring are from the same strategy, the same tactics. You have to mix it up. You have to create a natural looking pattern, or it's really obvious that you are trying to manipulate Google's algorithm. So the sponsorships are great, and they are not that expensive. Little kids football teams, peewee hockey, highway cleanup. You've got, the 5Ks, the marathons, any of those things, golf tournaments. They're always great opportunities for community involvement and supporting other worthy organizations. But make sure when you do these sponsorships that you're following up and ensuring that you're getting a link from that organization or that event's website. Local charities are great as well. A lot of businesses like to give back, and they support certain charities. And a lot of times businesses are like, we just do it because it's the right thing to do, and that's how we like to run our business. We don't want to push it out there and look like we're trying to do it to appeal to people. But there's a difference between being cheesy and marketing the fact that you support charities, and just kind of putting it out there on your site and working with those charities to ensure that as you're supporting these charities, you can get links back to your website. Local volunteer opportunities are great as well. Maybe you take your team down once a quarter and help feed the homeless at a soup kitchen, or maybe you volunteer to do highway cleanup. Whatever those local volunteer opportunities are, those are always, definitely saying opportunities a lot here, but they're always opportunities for you to be able to go and get really powerful local links. Local meetups are great as well. I love this one. And this one you can really kind of go a couple of different ways with. If you have an area, whether it's a boardroom or a conference room, or maybe some sort of a lounge or break room that isn't always being used, or maybe the office shuts down at 6 o'clock, but you could let someone use that space, you can go to like meetup.com or Facebook groups and look for groups that don't have a permanent meeting space, or groups that have grown and are looking for a new meeting space, and offer them that space. You got Wi-Fi, you probably have a big TV or a screen for presentations that they could use, and you let them use your space for free because they meet at 7 o'clock on the first Monday of every month. You let them use the space for free as long as they give you a link. Or if you don't want to go that direction, or you don't have the ability to go that direction, go to meetup.com, go to Facebook groups, go to whatever, find groups and look for groups that are looking for meeting sponsors. You throw in 50 or 60 bucks a month to buy their snacks and their soft drinks, as long as they give you a link. It's a super killer tactic. Definitely think about that one. Local bloggers are everywhere. Every town is going to have somebody or multiple people that are bloggers. And even if you're talking to a food blogger and they have nothing to do with that type of business, doesn't matter. And even if they say, hey, we got a free oil change for writing about our experience at Greg Gifford Ford, who cares? You still get a really killer local link out of it. So figure out a way to engage with those local bloggers and get them to write about your business. Join all the local business associations you can, Chamber of Commerce, Better Business Bureau, whatever local business associations there are for your particular vertical. Sure, it costs a little bit of money every year, but we're kind of going full circle. All the things that businesses stopped doing when we really got into digital marketing are the things that you want to circle back and do again now. All of the things that businesses used to do to get community exposure are now things you can still do for community exposure, but they also lead to amazing link opportunities. Find those local business directories as well, and shorts directories, but every town is going to have a directory of specific types of businesses. Go get on those directories. They're definitely worthwhile local links. You can also use Google to your advantage. Come up with your own ideas, throw your city name in, go do some searches, and Google is going to give you a big list of opportunities of links that you can go get, and learn to use the search operators. I've got them highlighted in blue there at the top. This used to be a lot bigger thing in SEO. Lately, people don't talk about them as much, but they're basically filters for search results if you haven't heard of them. So in this case, if we did Dallas in URL : sponsorships, it's going to look for locally based websites in the Dallas area that in the actual URL of the page, it has the word sponsorships or sponsors, because typically if some sort of organization or event is offering sponsorships, that's going to be in the URL of their list of sponsors. So then you can really hone in on those opportunities by using those search operators. It's really awesome. And localized blog content works really well too. Years and years ago, localized blog content was a huge thing, and then people kind of poo-pooed on it over the years. And lately, a lot of people are like, oh, that doesn't work. But guess what? It still really does. And I'm not even really talking about content, I'm talking about links, but it's important to point out that if all of your content is sales focused, that's extreme bottom of the funnel. So you want to write mid to upper funnel content. And if you write local informational blog posts that have nothing to do with your business, that's pre-funnel content. It's like putting up a billboard. You're getting exposure for people that are searching for things about the local community that aren't looking for you, but they get exposed to you. And that gets you into consideration whenever they are needing to buy what you're selling. But the more important bit is, as you write these local informational blog posts, there are opportunities to go get links. So let's say you did something like, hey, our team loves to go out and grab a burger every Friday. These are the 5 best burger places in downtown Denver. Once you put that blog post up, your team can circle back and go talk to those 5 restaurants or bars and say, hey, we wrote this blog post. We talked about how you're one of the best places in town to get a burger. And it's pretty easy to get links back to that content. So think about writing localized content, because when you mention those businesses, it's pretty easy to do outreach, and you're not doing cold outreach. You've got a reason to call them because you're letting them know about something that they may not know, that you said they're the best place in town to go do something. And make sure that, like I said earlier, change your perspective, be creative, think outside of the box, because every type of business, every vertical has unique link opportunities. But if you're following that checklist, you're not going to think about the unique things that you can do for a particular client, because you're doing the same thing for everybody. So we work with a lot of car dealerships and a lot of attorneys and a lot of healthcare organizations. Child seat installation is a killer tactic. So turns out everybody that's got kids doesn't actually know how to safely install their child seat in their car. So if they were to get into a really bad accident, it's more likely that their baby or their toddler is going to be hurt more significantly. So you can have staff at the business sit through a safety training course on how to correctly install child seats in various types of vehicles. You can go to cert.safekids.org to sign up for one of these classes. It is a 2-day long class, so it's kind of a drag. But once you've done that, you can now get listed on multiple local and state and even national level safety websites as a place where anyone in the community can come for free and either have their child seat installed correctly or be taught how to correctly install their child seat. Now, obviously, if you're a plumber, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. But for car dealerships, people are bringing their car to you to get serviced anyway. Works great. Personal injury attorneys, this is great. Bankruptcy attorneys, probably not a great tactic. Doctors, obviously, especially if it's a pediatrician, really killer, because people are bringing their kids there anyway. And there are local ethnic group directories as well, or nationality-based directories. So let's say you've got someone that is, Welsh, since we've got Claire Carlile, and there might be a list of Welsh-owned and operated businesses in Dallas, Texas, and you're working with a client that is Welsh, and you can get that client on that list that other clients and other competition can't get on. Or maybe it's someone that it's Australian-owned businesses, or it's Indian-owned businesses, or China-owned businesses. Like, there's a million different directories here where you can go for ethnic groups or nationalities and get on these specific directories in these cities and get awesome links that the competition's not getting. And if the business is owned or operated by someone that is in the LGBTQIA+ community, these are killer lists to get on. And again, typically, the competition's not going to be able to get on these directories. And these are in every community in the country. So definitely explore these opportunities if the business or the client that you're working with fits into one of these categories. And another one that I really love, that for some reason, even though I've been talking about it for years, every time I say it, people tend to go, whoa, that's really smart. I never thought of that. Everyone always thinks about what the business is doing as the business in the community, but talk to the staff, especially the leadership, like management or ownership of the business, and see what they're passionate about. What do they do in their free time outside of work? What are their hobbies? Maybe somebody is the president of the local Corvette car club, or somebody is really involved in their church, or somebody's got a kid on a club soccer team that travels all over the place and plays soccer everywhere. There are always opportunities to get links, especially if it's some sort of local organization and they're on the leadership board or leadership committee of that group organization. It's going to be exceedingly easy to get a link based off of that. And I'm about halfway through and I'm already 20 minutes in, so I'm going to go a little bit faster here. So let's talk about the actual process of link building. I talked about some strategies and tactics, but let's talk about what you actually have to do, because again, a lot of the link building presentations that you see are all about do this, do this, do this, do this, or here's what we did and got all these results. But nobody talks about what you actually have to do when you're doing the link building. You can't really be unfocused. You can't really let your team just kind of go all willy-nilly and figure out, oh, I'm going to go do this today, or maybe I'll do that, or I don't know, maybe we'll try this. You got to have a process. And I'm not saying a checklist, but you got to have a process for what do they spend their time doing. And you've got to have some sort of a framework to that process so that you can help people stay focused and keep them on track and get better results. You're also going to need to have way to document the work that is being done, because you don't want to just wait for 3 or 4 months and go, hey, did you get some links or not? And if they say not, you don't know what problems they had. Or if they did get links, you have no idea how they got them. Because periodically, management is going to need to come in and audit that link building work, because clients are paying you to get results. And if you're not getting results, you're going to have to help your team figure out where they can improve. So you want to start with the research phase, where you're going out and prospecting and figuring out opportunities where you can get links for the client sites that you're working with. And then you want to decide which links that you're going to go after. And then at the end of that process is when you get into outreach and acquisition of those links. And whatever that process timeline looks like, you just do that over and over and over again, rinse and repeat. At Search Lab, we run quarterly link building campaigns, not necessarily Q1, Q2, Q3, etc. But whenever a client starts with us, we spend 8 to 10 weeks, so 2 to 2.5 months on the research and prospecting phase of the link building campaign. Then we decide which links are going to be addressed, which one we're going to try to acquire. And then the final 2 to 4 weeks is spent doing outreach and acquisition. And yes, you're probably thinking, but wait, bro, that means you're not getting links every single month. And yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's totally okay not to get links every month. You're going to be much more successful if you invest a little bit more time in the research phase and the prospecting phase than if you're just constantly trying to go, oh, here's an opportunity, let me go get that link. Here's another opportunity, let me go get that link. It's too different to switch your brain back and forth between research and acquisition and research and acquisition. Stay in the research phase, find a lot of opportunities, and then move to the acquisition phase. So let's talk more about that research phase. You want to start off by asking the right questions when you start working with a client. So I'm sharing our onboarding questionnaire. This is one of the things that we send out to every client that we work with. It's 35 or 36 questions about link building strategies and tactics. And they don't need to know about it, because this helps you uncover opportunities, like I said earlier, about things that your client is already doing and relationships that your client already has in place, and potentially things that might have happened in the last year or two that are cleanup opportunities where you can just come in and get links quickly without having to put in a lot of effort. But then it also helps you prioritize opportunities moving forward based on the vibe that that client has towards the different possible strategies and tactics you can use. So just grab this, slap your own logo on it. I don't even care if you use the exact same thing and just throw your logo on it, but it's really powerful. And it doesn't have to be new clients. You can use this as a, hey, we're starting a new link building campaign. Let's start with this time, because we're going to take a different tack this time, because you're going to find a lot of opportunities where you can get links, especially with new clients, pretty quickly without having to do much work if you ask the right questions at the beginning. Now, when you're pulling links and you're getting that link profile, you got to make sure that you're using more than one tool, because each of the tools, they're not infallible. What they're doing is they're creating their own spiders that go out and crawl the internet, and they're creating their own index to try to, as closely as possible, match Google's index. And each tool is going to have some variance in the links that are detected. If you're going to go out and you're going to use Ahrefs and maybe SEMrush and maybe Majestic, and maybe for some reason you're still using Moz. Sorry, that was kind of a rude joke, but I'm sure some people out there are laughing at that. If you're going to use all of those and then you compare the output, you're going to see sometimes up to a 20% variance in the links that are detected. It doesn't mean that the tool sucks. It's just that the tools all crawl slightly differently. So if you use multiple tools and then drop it into an Excel spreadsheet or a Google sheet and then deduplicate that, you're going to have a more accurate list that really truly shows you what that link profile looks like. And when you're doing this, it is incredibly important to pay attention to the total number of unique linking domains, not the total number of links. A lot of people concentrate on how many links do you have, but there's diminishing return in getting links from the same website. We're finishing up a really massive 2-year-long Google Business Profile research project. And part of it is we're looking at the number of links pointed to a website to see if that's going to influence GBP visibility. And we actually found one site in this year's version of the study that has a gap of 3.7 million, meaning they've got 3.7 million individual links from like 600 websites. So if you subtract the total number of links, or you subtract the number of unique websites from the total number of links, that's what we're calling the link gap in this study. And it's like 3.7 million. So whoever's doing SEO for them is like, oh my gosh, these guys are amazing. They've got 3 million links, but they really don't. They've got links from 600 websites. So you want to pay attention to the linking domains instead of the total number of links. So once you've pulled your own links, you're then going to move on and pull your competitors' link profiles. And then you start with looking for opportunities for where you can get links. But don't think that I'm being old school and saying just go copy all of the links that your competitors have. Because obviously, like I said earlier, it's about pattern detection. And if you want to win, you need unique links to win. But copying competitors is a really good place to start a link building campaign when you're working with a new client. Because if someone's linking to a competitor, it's probably going to be pretty easy for you to get a link from the same website pointing to your client site. And again, remember, you want to have links that the competition doesn't have. Well, if the competition has a link and you don't have it, then that link's helping them. If you go get that link, it doesn't help you a whole lot, but it kind of doesn't really help them anymore either, because now you've got a link from the exact same website. And for everyone that hasn't seen my tattoos recently, check it out. I've got that tattooed right there on my arm. Anyway, moving on. Then you want to move on and use other tactics like the things that I talked about earlier. Or you could do broken link building or unlinked mentions, or all the things that traditional link building presentations and webinars and blog posts are going to talk about. But remember to think outside the box. Don't just stay in your competitive bubble. Look at similar businesses, or even businesses that are in the same vertical that are in other cities on the other side of the country. Because if you're only looking in your own competitive bubble, it gets pretty incestuous, because everybody's just looking at the competition in their own area. And I'm not saying you're trying to compete with somebody on the other side of the country, but if you break out of that bubble, you're thinking creatively, because you're looking for patterns and things that other people are doing that you never would have discovered if you stayed in your own bubble. In fact, why not take that another step further and look at other verticals? You're not trying to compete with them. You're not even trying to get the same links, but look at other verticals periodically to see the tactics and strategies that other people are using and think, hey, geez, maybe I can do this for my client. And it's something that nobody in the area is doing. And then you see some really big wins. So once you're doing this research, you got to have a spreadsheet. You compile a list of all of the link opportunities that you find. And when you're compiling this list, you want to have all the details there. What's the source site? What's the page you're going to link to on your site? If you have the opportunity to influence what the anchor text would be, what would that be? What's the cost? Is this going to cost us money because it's a sponsorship? Is this going to cost us time because we've got to create content? Is it going to cost the client time because they've got to volunteer? What's the time frame? This is a link we can get right now, or hey, this is going to be an awesome opportunity, but this doesn't happen until Christmas. Or this is a link that every year is going to disappear. We're going to have to renew this link because they refresh the list every year. You even want to dig up the contact information for the person you need to talk to snag that link. And yes, I'm telling you to dig up the contact info before you do outreach, because I don't know if you've done much link building outreach before, but it's never the first person that you call. You always call Jim, and Jim says, well, you got to call Susan. Then you call Susan and she's like, well, you got to call Katie. And you call Katie and she's like, well, you got to talk to John. You talk to John. And finally, John's like, yeah, Steve's the guy you really need to talk to. And you might spend 2 or 3 weeks trying to finally get in touch with Steve. So if you do that first, when you've decided what you're going after, you can just pick up the phone and immediately call the right person, and you're going to be much more effective with your time. And like I said, I mentioned it briefly, but it's really important to think about the target page on your site, because a lot of times most of your links are just going to go to your home page. So as you're finding these opportunities, you're going to realize which ones you're going to have some influence on to maybe point to a deeper page in the site. And you want to classify those so you know, as you're choosing what to go after, which ones are going to help those interior pages. Grab the free links as you go, like an unlinked mention, or anything you could do without any investment of time or money other than the outreach. Go ahead and get those. You don't have to wait to the end. And then at the end of the research phase, you decide which links you're going after. If you need approval from the client, take that spreadsheet, show it to the client, or if you're in-house, show it to your boss. Explain the value of each of those opportunities. Maybe they've got a budget and you don't have to. You can just decide, but maybe you need to talk to them first because it's extra money beyond what they're paying you. That it's time for outreach and you go get those links. Phone calls are always going to be the best thing to do. You want to make it personal. You want to talk to the person that's in charge of getting that link. You're going to be much more successful. But sometimes you got to email. So if you do have to email, you don't want to just ask for a link. People are inundated with link outreach and guest post outreach. So you want to make sure that you build upon whatever relationship you've built with that person. You want to keep the request simple and don't approach it like, give me a link. Approach it like, here's the benefit for your audience on your site or your customers on your site. And this is why they will have a better experience if you link to us. And please don't send bad emails like this. I'm kind of opening the kimono and showing you some of the bad outreach emails that my team has sent in the past. These are a couple years old because, of course, my team does awesome link building now. This one is funny, and it's like, hey, I'm the community outreach or a coordinator. We're an auto dealership company. Many of us have blah, 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 blah. You guys have a well-done site, and we'd be grateful if you could add a small excerpt from our article and link back to your site. So you're just saying, hey, help us out. Include an excerpt from our article and link back to us. Like, come on, man. Nobody's going to do that. Or this one. Hey, thanks for mentioning us on your page. Here's the link. I'm reaching out to you because we've recently updated our site. We were wondering if it'd be possible to link to our site using the word this in case your readers want to know more. Like, don't try to tell people how to do anchor text if you don't know that they're open to that. This one, oh, man, it's really funny. I kind of had to try to fit it all on the screen, but somebody's reaching out saying, hi, T&DO, thanks for mentioning our site. Anyway, I'm reaching out to do this because what somebody did, they did research and saw that the site T&DO linked to our client and just sent them a contact email. But T&DO isn't a person. It's literally a scraper site that just pulls coupons, and they pulled the Sunday advertisement that was in the newspaper and posted it on their site. So it was totally boneheaded. Or this one, which was really funny, and I'm going to read this grammatically with the commas. We are requesting that you return the favor and post a link to our above blog featuring you as a return link to our website. Like, that doesn't even make sense, and I know SEO. So you got to think about it the right way. Now, real quick here at the end, I know I'm kind of over time. A few years ago, I was at a conference, actually PubCon in Vegas, and an attorney was there, and he asked for help because he saw me speak. And this guy knew how SEO worked, and he was like, I don't get why I'm not beating this other guy in town because I've got 3 times as many links as he does, but he outranks me on everything. And this guy was really big on Moz. So I said, all right, let me look at this. And I graphed out the link authority of both firms based on their total link graph. So not on how many links they had, but just taking the total link graph. How does the authority break down? Because I knew this guy would understand it. And it looked like this. The guy in red was the guy I was talking to. The guy in blue was the guy that had 1/3 as many, but was outranking him. And you see really quickly, most of his links were higher authority than 50. Stick with me. I know I said authority sucks. So I broke it down even further. And you can see here that 65% of the guy's links were above domain authority of 70, and 60% of the guy who was talking to me were below 50. In fact, almost 30% were below 25. Now, if the guy in red, now the reason this guy was winning, the guy in red wasn't getting local links. He was getting links from XYZ directory and SEOlinks.com and just getting links for the sake of links, while the other guy was doing legitimate link building. If the attorney in red that had more links, this graph would have looked exactly the same if he had been doing all the things that I've just been talking about, because local links skew to the bottom of the authority metric because most businesses in the local area that are giving you links aren't doing SEO, so they're not going to have a lot of links and a lot of authority. If you'd like to do the same thing, you could do it with Greg's badass link building worksheet. You can download it at the link right there. You'll need your previous month's link export. This is actually set to work with Ahrefs or SEMrush now. I don't remember which, but it says on the sheet. But you need a link export for your client from the previous month, a link export for your client from the current month, and one competitor's current month link export. You put them all in there. There is a macro attached. Don't freak out. It's just going to help you clear out all the bad data from the previous month that you used the sheet. Then it will automatically graph out the links based on authority. You want to see yourself skewing towards the low end because you're going to get low authority local links. But it also lists link gap opportunities by root domain where the competition has links that you don't have. It will also list any links that have been lost since the previous month, because some of these tools will crawl differently and they'll tell you that you don't have a link, but you can go check and see it's probably still there. And finally, it has a link info worksheet like I talked about, where as you're doing your prospecting, you can drop in all of the pertinent information and contact information. So you've got an awesome list of link opportunities. So here we are at the end. Please go change your perspective, think about it differently, and get better unique links. thanks so much for taking that crazy ride with me. I'm sorry I went over time, but hopefully now you've been given the key to success with local link building. And when you're thinking about doing link building, you're no longer want to go jump off of a cliff, because you're going to win the race to the top of search results. That was the Fast and Furious Guide to Real World Link Building. There's my email address. I have an open email policy. If you ever have questions about anything related to local SEO or movies even, give me an email. I travel a lot. I do a lot of conferences, but I will always answer you. I'm sure Bright Local is sharing the slides, but if they're not, you can email me. I'll send them to you. And as always, at the end, there is a list of all the movies by order of release date. Thank you so much for joining us today for Local SEO for Good.
Hey, Greg, we don't have time for Q&A because there was just too much awesome in there. So
I'm sorry. I went really slow and told too many stories.
Oh, no, it was good. We love you. Thank you very, very, very much for your time. And we're going to say goodbye to you now and get in touch with Greg for any extra questions because he's very kind with his time. Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, everybody.
See you soon. Brilliant. So here we are. Another fantastic presentation, all done, and it is the end of day one. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on this first day of Local SEO for Good. And a big thank you to our speakers, Harmony, Azeem, Jess, Andy, Amy, Guy, Navah, Dayna, Amanda, Dayna, and Greg. And if you want to donate more, use the QR code on your screen because obviously your donations are very welcome, and that is why we are here. And a big thanks again to our sponsors, Wix Studio, for adding to the donation fund. So you can find the link here to tomorrow's live stream in the live chat. So make sure you bookmark that. And we will see you here again tomorrow. Big thank you for joining us.